let's get started. One thing I do want to say from the jump, this is not going to be like regular tier lists in the sense that I'm just, ranking them on their favorability to me. This is going to be strictly on how good of a shiny they are. So, without further ado, let's get into it. We all have to be honest with ourselves. That is, I hate to say it, that's D tier. That's terrible. I understand that unfortunately a lot of shinies are just green or like look like they have like, I don't know, like I was gonna say a fungal infection. Is that mean? But oddly enough, I don't mind this one though. But I just think it's kind of boring. Now, like Ivysaur and we'll do it like that because it's more interesting when the flower thing is a different color, but the bud, I don't know. Anyway, yellow Charmander. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I think, we're playing it safe, and if I look forward a little bit, like I look at some of the other Pokemon, I'm like, wow, they did something really fun with the shinies for these, and then the starters, I feel like it's just kind of like, okay, fine, I don't know. Okay, I gotta say it, I'm not even a Charizard fan, but that's pretty cool. They swung big, is that the saying? And it paid off. I think it looks cool. That's an S tier for me. Moving on to Squirtle. Now, you might think you're immediately contradicting yourself. This is not a big swing. I don't know why. I kind of like that change in hue. Sue me. I promised, you can trust me. It'll make sense. Or Turtle, on the other hand, it just looks like, I don't know. Like he looks like he recently gave blood. You know what I mean? Like he's a little pale. He's doing all right. He can still stand up, but like he doesn't have that like luster that he usually has. And you're like, oh, War Turtle, what's wrong? Like you don't like seem yourself. Are you okay? And he's like, oh yeah, I just like gave blood, or oh I didn't have I skipped breakfast today. And you're like, oh, okay. Moving on to Blastoise. I actually don't like the colors on this at all. I just don't think they complement each other well. I'm being crazy with this one. It's just a green shell. I'm reasonable. Okay, yellow Caterpie. Not bad. I've also noticed that I've somehow aligned the colors of the B tier so far with the color of the category itself. But anyway, orange Metapod. Hate on me if you want. That's A tier. That is, I'm gonna say it, cool. I was gonna say another word, but it's cool. That is interesting. It looks like a flame, or like a chunk of like bronze. I don't know. I think it looks cool. Now this, like I don't know. Like I don't necessarily know what mad cow disease is, but like if there was like a Butterfree equivalent, that's what I would assume it would look like. Like if you were like, oh, it has mad Butterfree disease, and I looked at that Butterfree, I'd be like, oh yeah, you're right. This Weedle. I mean, like Weedle's cute, but like what? There's nothing interesting about it. Green Kakuna. Oh, did they just go opposite? For whatever reason, it doesn't work as much. It looks like an alien in a sense, like maybe an alien in a sleeping bag, which is interesting, but I don't know. Green Beedrill. Meh. I don't know. I'm not that excited. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. These look like maybe if they were like in a like they just got finished fighting a Sandshrew and the Sandshrew used Sandstorm on them like 8 times, and then you didn't take them to go get bathed. That's what Pidgey and Pidgeotto would look like. Pidgeot. B tier. I don't know. Ew. Okay, but I hate to say it. I like it better than the original version, but It's still not that great. This is disgusting. Um, okay, Pharaoh and Sparrow, they just look dingy. Like, I don't know what, like, they just look dirty to me. Like, they look like, I've said that. I hate, like, talking about Pokemon and saying they look like they'd stink. But, like, those two particularly look like they would smell like, I don't know. I don't know what bird poop smells like, but they look like they'd smell like it. Ecans, Ecans, do I like it? Do I like it? It's fine. As I put it in C tier, I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I think I just don't really like the, like, yellowy toned ones. Like, they just look like, I think the issue is more that, like, it's not even a full commitment to the yellow. It just seems like, you know, you put a yellow greenish hue over the Pokemon, or like a layer over the Pokemon, and you lower it down to like 75%. Pikachu, okay. This does just look like Pikachu, but a little brighter, but I think it's a little bit cute. And then Orange Raichu, I don't know, it just does not work for me. And right now it just seems like I kind of hate shiny Pokemon. I'm looking ahead, and some of these are really cool. It's just that the beginning ones really, really are not good. Anyway, Green Sandshrew, C tier, and then what do we think about this? You know, I think it's cute in the sense that, like, you know, it's fall time right now, and you know, the trees and the bushes in my neighborhood are like turning this orangish reddish hue, which that reminds me of. But I don't know. This literally just looks like Nidoran or Nido, whatever. Nido, that one, and then this one does too. There is something interesting to me that they kept the chest area of this one, or not kept it, but made it pink. I'm gonna bump it up to C tier for that, or B tier. This looks exactly the same. I like, part of me is questioning, I'm like, did they even put the right sprites for these ones? A brighter blue version of this one is kind of cool. I'm gonna say A tier. Ooh, Clefairy, but with green little like ear tips, and Clefable with green ear tips. Barf. Alright. Yeah, they just made Vulpix worse. I don't know what to say. However, this, on the other hand, is interesting. It's cool. It's fun to look at. I'm going to say Shiny Ninetales, S tier. It's cool. It looks different. The colors are actually interesting. It looks unique. It looks different. It would catch your eye, and so I like it. Now, you all know I love Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff with green eyes. Now, this is disgusting. I just have to say that about Wigglytuff. Jigglypuff with green eyes. It's kind of like when, like, and I'm so sorry if you're one of these people. I say this with nothing but, you know, love. But I don't like how people look when they, like, wear colored contacts, like, casually. It, like, makes, I think it looks a little bit creepy, especially when they're, like, a really bright color. And that's what that looks like to me. So, you know, now green Zubat. Oddly enough, I kind of like it. I think it looks interesting, and then I like this version better. I like this, like, bright pink in the wings. I think it really works. It almost makes it look like a fruit, like a, there's such a thing as a fruit bat, right? I don't know what a fruit bat looks like, but if there was a Pokemon that was a fruit and a bat, like, it almost looks like a watermelon. I don't know, it looks cool to me. Oddish, my beloved. I love Oddish. This is boring. I'm sorry. And then Gloom just... They just look like... I don't know. Paris. I love Paris. Paris is one of my favorite Pokemon. This just looks like Paris with the saturation turned up about, like, by 5. That's not that good. And then Shiny Parasect. I'll say B tier. I kind of like this orangish yellowy. I don't know. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. Blue Venonat, or yeah, Blue Venonat. I'm gonna give a what do we say about this one? gonna put it in B tier. No, it's better than those ones. I'm gonna put it in A tier, and then Blue Venomoth, I'm putting in S tier. I think it's cool. I think it actually looks better than the original version. I don't know. I think it looks really interesting, and I think that would be a shiny Pokemon that I would actually go out of my way to try and catch in one of the games. Which I think that's the problem. And maybe something I should have said in the beginning is like I'm also ranking it on like whether I would actually try to catch one. Because shiny Pokemon are notoriously difficult to get, and so like some of these it's like, why would you go out of your way to spend a bunch of time trying to get this garbage when these ones exist or these ones exist? So, Diglett with a blue nose. I'm gonna say it. A tier. I think that's funny. I think it's cool. I think I would have liked it maybe if they would have changed the color of the body as well. Like maybe made it like lighter or like a pale colored blue. I think that would look fun. But regardless, I think it's funny, and it's interesting enough to that it's worth noting. I actually think this is it looks nice. This just looks normal to me. Blue Psyduck. I actually love this. It looks like Psyduck with a brain freeze, which I think is funny. And I love Psyduck, and I think it contributes to his charm. Now, I think it would have been interesting if they would have went backwards. So, Golduck normally is blue, and Psyduck is yellow, but they made the shiny Psyduck yellow. So if they would have made him yellow, or they made the shiny Psyduck blue, you get what I'm saying. I would have liked Golduck if he was yellow instead for the shiny, and so for that reason, it's a C tier. It's kind of boring to me. Green Mangy, this looks evil. Like it looks like a cartoon zombie. I don't know. It looks weird. Now Primeape, but this, I'm not gonna lie, it's A tier. Like an orange, like almost like sherbet colored fluff ball. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. I like it. Shiny Growlithe. It's just yellow, which is like meh. I don't love it. I don't hate it either. Poliwag. I love Poliwag, and I do think it's cuter in a brighter color, but it's not that different, so I'm gonna put it in C tier. Now, hear me out. I understand that it's blue, but it's a cool color blue, and I like it. I'm putting it in A tier. In the words of my lawyer, sue me. Now, Poliwrath, I'm sorry, this is bad. Okay, D tier. Now, not to get ahead of myself, but I just saw it. This is literally just Abra, and this is just Kadabra. You might be like, no, Rosso, this thing is, no. I'm being lied to. Now, Alakazam, I'm gonna say pretty cool, A tier. Machop, I think it's an interesting change on like the like, I think it makes Machop look more like a rock Pokemon, which I think is interesting, but I don't particularly, like care for it still, and so I'm just gonna put it in C tier, but I think it was an interesting go at it. Green Machoke. I don't hate it, so I'm not gonna put it in that one. And then Green Machamp, I kind of do hate it. I don't know, it like the blue things on the arm kind of saved it for me, but on Machamp, I'm just not particularly, there's not a redeeming quality. Now, Bellsprout, I love you, but it's not that interesting. And then this is, I'm sorry, even worse. And I love Bellsprout, I love Weepin' Bell and Victory Bell, but it's just like, this is kind of bad. Now, Victory Bell with blue lips. I'm gonna say B tier. I think it's kind of interesting. It's kind of ugly, but like the blue lips was a big swing, and I'll give them credit for that. Now, Shiny Tentacool. This is freaking cool. I like it. It almost looks like a gusher. I don't know. I like it. This is actually pretty cool too. I was gonna say it looked a little more like plain or boring, but I actually think like the balance of the colors looks interesting. I don't know. I like it. Shiny Geodude. I think I have one of these in Legends Arceus. Which I wasn't particularly excited how it looked there, but I think it looks pretty cool here, and so I'm going to put it in B tier. I actually think this is pretty cool too. I'm putting this one in B tier, and then this one is just sort of, Golem is fine, so I'm putting it in C tier. Now, Ponyta. If you played Legends Arceus, then you know there was a specific like a side mission or a side quest where you could get a blue Ponyta, and I think it's cute. I think the only reason why I'm not that excited about it is because I feel like I've sort of been what's the word? Like when you've been exposed to something, so you sort of, it's not as exciting anymore. But I'll put it in B tier. That being said, shiny Rapidash is so freaking cool. To turn the flames gray makes it look so cool, makes it look like smoke. I think that's like genuinely a good choice for a change of color. I think it looks awesome, and so I'm putting it in S tier. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for my beloved Slowpoke. It kind of just looks dusty, like if you left like Slowpoke in the attic. I don't know. And I need to point out, like, so many of my favorites are not in good, like they're in C and D tier, and this is how you know I'm not just biased toward my favorites. I'm a man of principle, and I'm a man of I respect good design and a good change on design. And if you're gonna say this is shiny, this is different, you know, make it worthwhile. And I wouldn't go out of my way to catch this. However, shiny Slowbro, right? Slowbro, yes. I think that's really cool. I think purple is fun. I don't necessarily love the color of the thing biting its tail, but I think it's still pretty cool. Now, Magnemite and Magneton, easily some of my favorite electric Pokemon in the entire series. These just kind of look like they've been put through a sepia tone filter, which could be a bit boring, but I think it's kind of interesting to see the magnets in all black and the screws in all black. I think that's kind of cool. So, you know, Farfetch'd, again, doesn't look all that different, and so I'm not that excited by it. And then I'm sorry about Doduo and Dodrio, but they look ill. Like, I would take them to the Pokemon Center immediately if I saw them like that, to be like, yo, this is, something's wrong, okay, but please help them. I think they're dying. Now, I'm almost tempted to put Seal and Dugong in S tier, just because I think it is so freaking funny to have the nerve to not change a singular thing about these Pokemon. I think that is so funny. I can't treat my opinion like a joke, you know what I mean? You guys trust in me to be a lighthouse of sorts, you know, in this storm, in this fog of bad shiny Pokemon, and so I can't in good faith put that in S tier and mislead you guys. Now, Green, Grimer, and Muck. I like Grimer and Muck, and I like their shiny versions. I think that it is fun that they stayed with a color that looks like slime, or like whatever. It kind of looks like they would live in a swamp, which like a swamp Pokemon would be pretty cool. I don't know, I like it. Now, Orange Shelter. Yes, thank you very much. I freaking love it. Very fun, very cute. It's adorable. Blue Cloyster, you might be thinking, how do you feel about that? A tier as well. It is great. I like it. They look really fun together. I love that they are like opposites on the, where's Orange? They're not close to each other on the color wheels, what I'm trying to get at. And so I think that's pretty fun. Shiny, Ghastly, say what you will, say what you want about me. That's S tier. I think it's so cool to just change the color of his smoke cloud to blue. I think it makes it look so much more interesting, and I think it's like not even a subtle change, but like a minor change that like completely changes the aesthetic of a Pokemon. I think it looks incredible. I think it makes the like dark ball in the center like jump out that much more, and I think it looks cool. So S tier. Haunter, on the other hand, just has a blue tongue. So I want to say C tier, but actually no, because you know, like when you were a kid, and you know, certain candies that would stain your tongue, and he even got his hands dirty, so it's like he's got his hands all in it. I think that's actually kind of funny. Gengar just looks like Gengar. I'm sorry, that's going in D tier for me. Onyx, I don't even like Onyx, and I like that one less. Ooh, okay. Pink Drowsy, incredible. But they did even better with Hypno. Hypno in pink looks so freaking cool. It's such a interesting hue of pink. It looks, I don't know, or whatever that word is of pink. It looks cool. Pink Hypno, I like it better than the original Hypno. That's an S tier for me. That's a complete improvement on Hypno. I think it's so fun. So S tier. And you might be thinking, why didn't you just put Drowsy in S tier? But I think it's the shade of pink. Like, it looks cooler on Hypno than it does on Drowsy. But Drowsy's still A tier. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. But yeah, moving on to Krabby, which I love Krabby, and I feel like they just, it's like they're sucking the life out of these Pokemon. However, I don't know how to explain this to you, but like, I really like Shiny Kingler because he looks like, I don't know if you would call it like moss, like sea moss or something, but like when things underwater get covered in green, I think it's just moss. I don't know. That's what like Kingler looks like to me in a way that Krabby sort of doesn't, but I think it's really cool. I don't know. Now, Shiny Voltorb, I think this is one of the first shiny Pokemon that I ever saw as a kid. Like, I don't think I can't remember if I had one. I don't know. I just know I have a memory associated with a blue Voltorb that I cannot place in my memory, but I remember seeing one, is my point. And so I'm gonna put it in B tier because I think it's really pretty cool. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why Shiny Electro to me is super cool. I think it looks fun. The blue almost makes it look like a 5 o'clock shadow more than it did before, which I think is funny. I like blue Electro or Shiny Electrode. I think it looks great. Now, do I think this is interesting in the sense of like golden eggs, like that one? What are they, like Jack and the Beanstalk? But I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. And like, I like gold as a metal. I don't know why I just don't like it for Execute. I think it would look, I don't know, I'd like it better in a different color, and I'm trying to think in my head like what would, because they're pink originally, which I think looks nice. But I think maybe like maybe going dark, like Charizard's color for the eggs, I think would have been interesting. And then have them because one of them is like cracked open slightly, like have like a bright colored inside. This, I feel the same. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It's fine for Executor. Cubone, I think it looks cute. I think it makes him look more like a cartoony dinosaur. I don't like this hue of green as much, so I'm going to put it in C tier, but actually, I'm lying. It's fine. It's B tier. I don't like this one. And the blue gloves, I know I've been giving them credit for like adding like a pop of color in some regard, but no. Lickitung, I appreciate that the tongue is still like saturated and everything, or like it has like a bright color, but yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say C tier for this one. I don't particularly. Ooh, blue coughing, that's pretty freaking cool. I'm gonna put it in B tier. And then wheezing, I think looks really freaking cool. I would go out of my way to catch one of these. I'm gonna say S tier. I like it in like the color of the smoke. I think complements it very well, and it makes it stand out in a way that coughing didn't. But I still like how coughing looked, but I think wheezing looks even better. So S tier, I think it's a great improvement, not only on the original design, but I think on like coughing evolving into a wheezing. And I like that they kept the color, but like did something else with it. You get my point. I like the colors. Right on. It's not bad. This just looks like Rhyhorn to me. Chansey. I like Chansey. I don't particularly love this. Whoa, where'd you go? Oh, but it's not bad, so I'm going to put it in B tier. Now, Tangela. I love Tangela. One of my favorite Pokemon. I don't know why. I really cannot lie. I don't like the green version of it. I know it maybe looks like seaweed or like grass or something, but it just, I don't, maybe if like the shoes were a different color, it kind of just makes him look like a green clown wig, but like with shoes on. I don't know, and not in a good way. Like, I'm not one of those people who's afraid of clowns, but I just don't like it. That literally looks like nothing to me. And it would really, they would need to put a bunch of like those little shiny, sparkly stars that they put on shiny Pokemon for me to even recognize that as a shiny Pokemon, because that's wild. Shiny Horsey. I actually really like this. I think the colors are really interesting. This too, Sumi. I think they look different enough to where it's interesting. They almost look like sunset versions of Horsey and Zijo, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know, in my opinion. Then we have Goldeen, which I don't mind Goldeen, but that just looks like Goldeen. And then Seeking. Like, that looks like an Elder Seeking, and not in a bad way, you know what I mean? It just is not interesting to me. Oh, Gray Staryu, that is A tier. That is so freaking cool. And then Starmie, also A tier. I think that is so freaking cool. I love how those two look. Green Mr. Mime. Oh, okay. This is one of the ones where even when I looked forward, it didn't stand out to me, but in this moment, I think it looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, A tier. I think it looks good. Scyther, boring. Jinx, also boring. Electabuzz. I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Your name's not Magmar. What's your name? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Magmar. I get Magmar and Slugma confused, but and Magcargo. But anyway, Magmar, I think the pink looks interesting. It's not that different, but like, I think pink flames kind of look cool. Oh, Blue Pinsir. Blue Pinsir is freaking cool. That's going in A tier, and I don't even like Pinsir, but that just like looks interesting. Like, that would be such a cool bug to come across. Like a blue, almost like, what would you call that? Like a dark periwinkle or something. I think that looks great. Green Tauros. This looks like another swamp animal. So, like a swamp bull, which I don't know if those exist. Oh, like maybe what are those animals called? Like an ox? It looks maybe like an ox that's like covered in grass. Like a marshy bovine. Golden Magikarp, another, famous, shiny, beloved. I think he's great. Again, I feel like I've been just exposed to it a little too much, which makes it a little less exciting for me. I'm going to put him in B tier. Red Gyarados, I think, is pretty cool. I'm going to put him in B tier again. No, I'm being silly. Let's put him in A tier. And Magikarp, too. I'm being unfair. Lapras. I think Lapras is a great Pokemon. I know a lot of people love Lapras. I just don't love Lapras that much, and I don't really like the shiny version either. I'm going to say C tier. I just think it's like this more like purpley hue is not interesting to me. Now, Blue Ditto, I think that is freaking cool. It looks like a piece of blue gum, which, sounds like a weird reason to put something in S tier, but I don't know. Instead of being just some like greenish hue of what it used to be, they just went completely opposite and just went for blue, which I think looks awesome. Okay, I was not expecting to be interested by Eevee of all Pokemon, but I think gray Eevee looks freaking cool. I love how that looks. I think it looks interesting. It almost, makes it feel fresh and new, which I think maybe the problem that I have with Eevee and evolutions is that I feel like just like a little bored of them, or I feel like sometimes I'm just exposed to them too much, and so yeah, I like it. Pink Vaporeon. Now, I've been liking, a lot of the like Pokemon that get turned pink, but I don't know why I don't like this that much. I'm gonna put it in C tier. What is this thing's name? Jolteon? Green Jolteon also doesn't really, I don't care for it if I'm being honest, and I don't like this version either of Flareon. Blue Porygon, interesting. I like it. Not the biggest fan, but I think it's cool. Omnimite and Omnistar. They're fine. Don't hate them, don't love them, but they're interesting. This is kind of creepy, and I think it makes it look fun. I think it makes it look a little more like Halloween-y, which I think is cool. This one is just like, okay, whatever. Pink Aerodactyl. I think this is another fun one. I think maybe if they went a little brighter, I would think, oh, that's fun, that's cool, but it's well done and fine. It's middle of the road for me. Snorlax, I love you, baby. You just look the same. Same with Articuno. I noticed a slight change in Zapdos, not enough for me to like it. Now, Pink Moltres, I think that's really cool. This isn't going to sound like a compliment, but it almost looks like a raw chicken that's on fire, and so for that, I'm going to put it on S tier. I think it looks cool, but funny at the same time. I like it. I don't know, S tier. Oh, Pink Tritini. I'm going to put it in A tier. I like it. Dragonair, I'll put it in B tier. I like the blue version of it more, and so I can't like put it that high. And then green Dragonite. It just gives like dragon, like dragon in a stereotypical sense, Halloween vibes to me, so I'm gonna put it in A tier. Green Mewtwo. Oh, I like that. It reminds me of the different skins that they have for him in Smash, so I'll put it in A tier. And then same for Blue Mew. I think it's pretty cool. I think it looks fun, and that's going to be an A tier. So let's start off with none other than Chikorita. Now, when I look at my categories and I look at this, my descriptions for the categories, and I look at this Chikorita, all that comes to mind is it's shiny. And so, yeah, I don't know. I think shiny Chikorita is a little bit, I would say on the plain side, if I'm being honest. I'm not particularly, amused by it, but I mean, it's not like, who cares? Like, it's not worth completely, disregarding. And so, that counts for something. The next one is shiny Bayleaf, which I'm not gonna lie, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. It gives me a fall aesthetic. I'm recording this in the fall, and so, maybe that's favoring it in this moment, but I like it. I think it's pretty cool. Now, Meganium. I love Meganium. If you've seen any of my previous, Gen 2 tier list videos, then you'll know that I put Meganium, I think, in S tier every time. However, in this case, I am not the biggest fan of shiny Meganium. I think it's a little bit plain. I don't think it's who cares level of boring, but it's sort of like, well, it's shiny. So if like I ever got a Chikorita, I would probably evolve it into Bayleaf and then stop. Like, I wouldn't push it past that point. Moving on to Cyndaquil. It's just a little bit more brown, which I think is an interesting change from like the green. Yeah, I would say green that it usually is. So I'm going to say it's pretty cool, it's shiny, and then it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's how I feel about, what's his name? Quilava and Typhlosion. Not very exciting, but who is very exciting is Totodile. I know, it looks just, I guess, more fluorescent, and they changed the spikes on his back from being red to blue, and so I think that makes a noteworthy change, and so I'd say I would be A tier. I would be thrilled if I encountered. I would say pretty cool and pretty cool. That's where I land with the starters. Now, moving on to Sentret. I don't think it looks like exactly the same, but I also don't like, it's shiny. However, the surprising thing is Furret. I actually really like how this looks. It looks like this bright pink, almost like, I don't know, like if there was a Furret that lived like among cherry blossom trees. And this is how I would imagine Furret would look like. So I'm going to say A tier actually for Furret. I would be thrilled if I came across that shiny. I think it looks really cool. Now, Hoot and Noctowl. I hate to say it, who cares? I think they both look boring. They both just look green. And same thing with Leddyba and Ledian. We might as well just get them out of the way. They all just sort of look like greenish yellow versions of themselves. There's nothing exciting. There's nothing new. There's just like, I don't know. I wouldn't care. Like, yeah, I would catch them and probably never look at them again. So I think that I think that, you know, justifies their D tier placement. Now, if we want to talk about an incredible change, an exciting shiny Pokemon, let's talk about shiny Spinarak, because that looks so freaking cool. I'll admit Spinarak is a Pokemon that I don't pay much attention to, but this version of Spinarak looks so freaking cool. It's, I don't know, interesting to look at. It's fresh, it's new. I'm gonna say S tier. Now, similar to how I said that I wouldn't want to evolve Bayleaf into Shiny Meganium, I don't think I would be particularly inclined to evolve Ariados or Spinarak into Ariados, but I still think it's pretty cool. So I'm gonna say A tier for Shiny Ariados. I don't know why in my head I'm like second guessing whether that's its name, but I'm gonna stick with my gut on this one. Okay, next, shiny Crobat. Not gonna lie, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. A tier. I like Crobat normally, and I think this is a fun change. Not S tier level. Like I wouldn't put in the effort of like, okay, I'm gonna do this many encounters or this many like hatching the eggs and all that stuff. I wouldn't go out of my way for that Crobat, but like I would for Spinarak. So that's the difference between the two. Like I would still, like, if I ran into one, like if I ran into a shiny Crobat, then I would like use a bunch of like Ultra Balls or whatever items I had. Like I wouldn't care about wasting all of them, and that's the difference, I guess, between S and A tier. Like if it was an accident, I'd be really happy about it. Anyway, Chinchou. I love Chinchou. Chinchou's one of, you know, my favorite Gen 2 Pokemon. I think it's cute. I like its typing. It's boring. So is its evolution. Oh boy, I think we've hit like what is it saying? Hit a whatever. I can't. I feel like I like all my videos as of late have just been me not remembering like idioms. But anyway, Pichu, Cleffa, and Igglybuff. All, who cares? They barely look different. Cleffa has green little. You know, let's move Cleffa up. The green little things look fun, but Igglybuff and Pichu, they're just like barely even different. I'm not gonna. Now Togepi, does this just look like Togepi with a tan? Perhaps Togepi post, you know, a Alola vacation. Yes. Sue me. I don't know. I like it. I think it's fun. Now, Togetic, get this out of my face. I mean, that's like, genuinely, I think if I showed, how do I put this? If I showed any Pokemon fan that sprite of a shiny Togetic, I don't think they would realize it's shiny, and that's why it's like, who cares? Like, what the? That's stupid. Don't waste my time. Now, Natu and Xatu, I love them. Some of my favorite Pokemon from this generation. I hate to say it, this is boring. It's uninspired. I would not care. Like, I would be like, how do you even show that off to someone? Be like, oh yeah, I got a shiny Xatu, and then they're like, oh, show me, and then you show them that. Like, if someone said that, I'd think they'd be like pulling a prank on me. I'd be like, oh, that's funny, but like, you know, where's your shiny Xatu? Yeah. Anyway, Mareep. Now, we kept the blue body, but we changed the fluffiness to pink, which is cute because it references Flaffy. I would say this is pretty cool. Now, Flaffy. I couldn't be bothered. It's literally just Flaffy, but his little tail bulb is changed to green. That's kind of stupid. I don't know. Ampharos, not gonna lie, pretty freaking cool. A tier. You know, if I got a shiny Mareep, I would go out of my way to just be like, you know what, let me just evolve this thing so that it is a shiny Ampharos, because this is way cooler. Blossom. Now, do I think this looks unique and different? Yes. Is it very clearly a shiny Pokemon? Yes. Do I think it looks good? No. But I still think it's pretty cool. I don't know, the purple, it's a, like, there's like a little too much going on. I don't know. It just aesthetically, it's not the most pleasing thing to me, but I still think it's something that I would show to someone. Be like, oh look at my shiny Blossom, Meryl. I'm not gonna lie, pretty cool. Same with the Zoomerall. I think they're pretty cool. I don't know. I like how they look. I almost think a Zoomerall looks like a Easter egg, which I think is fun. Sudowoodo, another fave of mine, beloved, in my heart. And let me say this, I like seeing that I'm like your typical average human. I like seeing the changing colors of the leaves in the fall, and I love, my favorite type of tree to see is a tree with bright red leaves. I think that looks so cool, and I think maybe that's what they're referencing with this. However, I think it looks gross. For some reason, it does not translate. It just does not translate right to Sudowoodo. Maybe it's because they made his body green and it just looks weird, but I don't know. It doesn't work for me, but it's still not, who cares? It's still a change that I think is like, oh, it's something rather than either boring or just like, I don't know, a complete downgrade of the design. Now, Politoed is another favorite Pokemon of mine, and I think the shiny version is incredible. I think that looks so cool. It looks like cotton candy. It is unique from the original design, and I think is equally as exciting. And so I'm gonna say S tier. I didn't know shiny Politoed looked so cool. I would absolutely go out of my way to try to get a shiny Politoed. Now, Hoppip. I feel like I have a bit of a, I don't know, up and down relationship with Hoppip. Sometimes I like Hoppip, sometimes I don't. As a kid, I always thought Hoppip was cool, and then I played Scarlet and Violet, and I was kind of like, okay, who cares about Hoppip? But I would say it's shiny. I like that it's green. It almost gives like Halloween vibes, and so that works in its favor. What is your name? I know it's Hoppip and Jumpluff, but what is your name? My memory is failing me right now. I think it's we'll say it's I'll say it's pretty cool. I'm not gonna be a hater. Now, Jumpluff, I actually really like this one, and so I would say I'd be pretty thrilled to come across a shiny Jumpluff. Apom. Oh, if you have seen any of my Pokemon, anything, you know how much love I have for Apom. Apom is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, and this shiny Apom is perfect. I love it. It is a great design, a great change. It looks almost like, I don't know, a strawberry monkey. I don't know if that makes sense, but like it just looks so cool. I like it so much. It is, it makes me wish I had one. Now, moving on to Sunkern. Now, moving on to Sunflora. I mean, like, don't waste my time with that thing. Shiny Sunflora, it kind of looks like an aged sunflower, like a sunflower at the end of its life cycle. So I would say C. It's not terrible, but it's not that interesting, but it's worth noting. Yanma. Now, Yanma is one of those Pokemon that I think is cool, but for whatever reason hasn't ever like entirely spoken to me. And so I don't know, I never just had one on my team. However, shiny Yanma, pretty freaking cool. I think that is A tier worthy. Wouldn't go out of my way to purposely get one, but if I accidentally came across one, I'd be like, oh hell yeah, this is so cool. Now, Wooper is another Pokemon that I absolutely love. I have a soft spot in my heart for Wooper. I think Pink Wooper is adorable. I would say A tier. And then Quagsire, same thing. It looks like, I don't know why I thought this, but I was gonna say it kind of looks like a tongue, which isn't why I'm putting it in A tier, but like it just looks interesting. I don't know. I don't know why I said that. There was no way for me to elaborate on saying it looked like a tongue and then praising it, and so let's just end there. Espion. I'm not the biggest fan of the evolutions. I say it all the time. Blah blah blah. You've heard this shtick. Green Espion's not that bad. Again, like some of the other ones, gives me Halloween vibes, so I think that's fun. It almost looks like it has like a ghostly hand as a tail. And so like a specter. Is that the word? I don't know. Anyway, I think it looks like a ghost, and so I think it's kind of fun. I'll say C. Now, Umbreon. Umbreon is one of my favorite favorite evolutions. And I think the subtle change of yellow to blue works. Not gonna lie, A tier for me. Murkrow. A tier. I don't know. I'm starting to second guess whether his name is Murkrow, but I'm pretty sure it is. But anyway, I think he looks cool. I think it's a fun change. I don't know, it makes him more interesting. That's a Pokemon that's never, again, another one that's not stood out to me, but a shiny version of it makes it a lot more exciting. No. I love Slowking. I think he's so cool. I think he's so fun. A Pokemon full of character, and that is something that I'll always praise and adore. However, like I said in the beginning, I am ranking them on the basis of their shininess, on that quality. And so unfortunately, I do have to say it's shiny. That's all I can say about it. It's shiny, and that's it. You change the color of the ruffle thing on his neck from red and white to blue and white, and that's it. Yawn. I don't know. Misdreavus. Oh, sorry. Who cares? Now, Blue Unknown. Did I think Unknown was a Gen 1 Pokemon? Yes. Same as Wobbuffet. But anyway, I'm not gonna lie, Tsumi, I think it's pretty cool. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I know it's not that big of a difference. Maybe like a white Unknown would have looked more cool or something, or had a bigger like contrast from the original version, but I kind of like Blue Unknown. Tsumi. Now Wobbuffet. Another Pokemon I like, another Pokemon I think is full of character, and I think that's worth praising. However, I do have to admit I like normal Wobbuffet better, Blue Wobbuffet better, and so I'm just gonna say pretty cool. I'm not gonna go out of my way to praise it too much. I think it's cool. Girafarig. So it's just blue now, which isn't bad. I think it just helps that it's a unique looking Pokemon in general, and so a subtle change can just sort of like enhance an already unique design. And so I'll say, B tier. What is your name? Pineco and Fortress. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty cool. Both of them are. They kind of look like I think I used the word sepia last time, and I don't even know if that's the word, but that like it's not like black and white, but it's like when like things are in like different shades of like brown, where they almost look like bronze. That's what it looks like a Western photo. Oh, that's what it looks like. Especially Fortress, like an old Western photograph. That's what it looks like to me. Dunsparce. Now that is, I'll be frank, that is a Pokemon that I think I would describe as maybe forgettable, but the addition of pink is kind of cool, and so I would say B tier. I kind of like it. Shiny Gligar. It's cool. I don't know. I think it's awesome. Shiny Steelix. I don't like Steelix. I'm gonna be honest. Who cares? And it might sound like, oh, I thought you were ranking on the basis of their shininess. I am, and it doesn't look good. Oh. Now, Shiny Snubble. Snubble, I think, is a Pokemon that already looks unique in that, like, it's a dog Pokemon, but it looks kind of, like, weird, but, like, in a cool way. And I think this is a great change to the already interesting aesthetic. I'm going to say S tier. It looks really cool. I don't know. I really like it. It really, it stands out to me. And I think it's a bold change that really paid off. And then all of that gets destroyed and thrown in the garbage with Grumble, whatever the It's so boring looking. It's so desaturated. I don't think like I doubt anyone has ever said the sentence like, "Oh, Grumble's my favorite shiny Pokemon." No one, like shiny Grumble's my favorite shiny Pokemon. No one has ever said that. I promise you. I think like this is on record the first time that sentence has ever been said. So, you know, you're welcome for providing you a unique experience. I know I'm going really like hard on it, but it's just like it's so boring and plain. It's like, why would I waste my time? Quillfish kind of reminds me of Love Disc. Pretty fun, pretty cool. I like it. I'm gonna say B tier. Now, Sizor. Is this a Pokemon I care about very much in its normal form? No. Do I think the green version is really freaking cool and an upgrade from the original version? Absolutely. It's an S tier for me. I like that it is green again, and it feels like a callback to Scyther. I think it looks like an interesting intersection of a robot, a bug, and an alien, and so S tier for me. Now, Shuckle, my beloved. Shuckle is a Pokemon that I hold a special place for in my heart. I think it's cute. I think it's, unique. I never had one on my team, but I still have love for it. I want to say it looks pretty cool. Heracross. Do I think this is a big swing? Yes. Do I care? No. But is it negligible? Also no. So it's just gonna go in its shiny. I don't know. I kind of feel just like, okay. And that's it. What's your name? Sneasel? It's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like normal Sneasel. I always get confused. It's like, is this Weavile or is it Sneasel or is it whatever? But I'm gonna call it Sneasel because I think that's what its name is. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it looks pretty cool. Teddiursa. Now, Teddiursa, Pokemon I used to love as a kid. Used to think it's very cute. And then I kind of just like got bored of it. Green Teddiursa, radioactive Teddiursa, absolutely goes hard. I think it looks very, it's cute, but it also just looks fun. Like, it looks interesting. Like I said, it looks radioactive. Ursaring, another Pokemon I never really cared about, but I wouldn't be thrilled if I came across it, but I'd say pretty cool. Now, I already had love for Slugma in its original form, but Gray Slugma is absolutely wild. It looks so freaking cool. I would 1,000,000% go out of my way to catch a shiny Slugma. I think I had a similar experience in seeing shiny Rapidash with Gray Flames and thinking that was such a cool change, and that change translates very effectively with Slugma as well. I love it. S tier, chef's kiss. It looks great. Now, I love Magcargo, and I think this is an interesting change, but I don't like it as much as Slugma. I honestly wish they would have kept it gray and maybe given it like a black shell. I think that would have looked really cool. Like maybe it would have looked like coal, but pink is still cool, and I would be thrilled if I came across it, but it's just like it loses some of that like uniqueness for me, or like that edge that I feel like Gray Lava, I don't know, embodies for me for whatever reason. Now, Swinub is actually a shiny Pokemon that I have. I caught it in Legends Arceus. That being said, it's shiny. I mean, like, it's not that cool. I was excited when I caught it. That still, is the truth. But like, yeah, I think I was just excited because it was a shiny, but that's it. Now, shiny Piloswine, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it. Who cares? I'm pretty sure I didn't even evolve my Swinub, which I think is very telling about how I feel about shiny Piloswine. Shiny Corsola. It looks cool. It's interesting. It's a unique change, but would be thrilled if I came across it. Shiny Remoraid. Like, at this point, it's just like a pink fish to me. I don't know, but it's like an upgrade from like the bluish gray that it used to be. I don't know. Octillery. I love Octillery. Octillery was a staple Pokemon in my Legends Arceus team, and so I have love for that in that regard, but like the shiny version is so boring. I don't know, I don't like it. It just does not interest me. And then shiny Delibird. Boring. I don't know, who cares? And then Mantine, come on. Don't waste my time, like yeah, that's so boring. Now, shiny Skarmory. Skarmory is a Pokemon that I can't say I've ever cared about, but it's almost like a more like a warm silver, almost like bronze, but not quite, like a warm silver, and then they changed the red and the wings to green, and I think it looks way cooler. Not gonna lie, this is A tier for me. Houndour and Houndoom. You know, I would say it's shiny, but Houndoom, I don't know. It looks actually kind of interesting. I know it's like not that big of a difference, but like, I think it's like a brighter blue, like more saturated, and so I'll say pretty cool for Houndoom. This is happening to me a lot in this generation, where it's like so many of my favorite Pokemon have crappy shinies, and unfortunately that is the case for Kingdra, because I love Kingdra. Kingdra is such a cool Pokemon. To me, I love sea animals and I like seahorses, and so I think it's such like a cool, like strong looking Pokemon. And it's such a bright blue in its original form, and so I don't know why they would like sort of dull it out, make it this like dull pink purple, and so I hate to say it, it's kind of just, it's shiny to me. Now Fampi, it kind of looks like he's just like, I don't know, they rinsed him off. Like, Fampi got a bath. Donphan, there's something to it. I can't hate that much. Shiny Porygon 2. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know, I like it. I would be excited if I came across it. Wouldn't go out of my way to get it, myself, but I would be like, oh, this is so freaking cool, and I would want to show it off if I caught it. Shiny Stantler, another radioactive mammal. I'm gonna say it's pretty cool. I don't know, never really liked Stantler, but in this moment I do. I like shiny Stantler. Now, I went pretty hard on Flaffy for having a pretty minor change with, like, just the tail color. And you might want to be, like, you might think the same thing about Smeargle. There is a change in Smeargle's base color and the tail, which I think is an effective combo. Sue me for being inconsistent. I don't know. A tier. I think that looks really cool. I don't really care about Smeargle on its own, even though I do think it's like a unique design with some character, but like this, this is Chef's Kiss. This is exciting to me. Okay. Tyrogue. And that's all I can say about that. Hitmontop. I'm looking at it and I want to like it, but I just don't. But it's a change. It is a notable change. It is a recognizable change, and so there you are. Sorry if I'm being harsh. I don't know. Don't waste my time with those. Like, there's barely anything different, and especially what a disappointment with Elekid, because I like Elekid so much. I think it's such a fun Pokemon. Like, you don't want to change him red, orange, blue. I don't know. However, all of that disappointment is balanced because we have, a standout, an exciting shiny Pokemon finally, and its name is none other than Miltank. Shiny Miltank looks so cool. It looks like, for whatever reason, it looked like it produced vanilla ice cream in my mind. I don't even like ice cream, but I still think blue Miltank looks cool. I would absolutely go out of my way to catch it, and now that I know that shiny Miltank looks like that, I kind of do want to do it, but yes, S tier for shiny Miltank. Blissey, come on. And I love Blissey. I like Blissey. I think it's fun, but if I have to be honest, Raikou. This might sound weird, but like, if like for whatever reason I hadn't seen like a picture of Raikou or anything in like 2 years, and then I would like suddenly was shown this and someone said to me, this is normal Raikou, I don't know why I would be like, someone could trick me into thinking that's normal Raikou is what I'm trying to say. And so yeah, it's boring. I don't know. I get it's pretty cool. I'm not that excited by them. Why isn't Entei next to them? Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar. And you know what? I don't actually, now seeing the purple. Yeah, I actually think that looks cool. I don't even like Tyranitar. I've said that before, blah blah blah. I don't need to repeat myself, but I actually think this is an upgrade from the original aesthetic, so I like it. Now, Celebi, another Pokemon, used to love as a kid, used to think it was really cute. Now as an adult, I'm sort of like, I don't really see what I saw. As a child, I sort of don't get it, but I think Pink Celebi looks really freaking cool. And so I'm going to say A tier. I would be thrilled if I encountered it. Now, Entei is actually a Pokemon that I think as I've gotten older, I've liked it more. Looking at shiny Entei, that's literally Mapostiff. Like, you can't trick me, that's Mapostiff. And so, there you are. Sorry, Entei. A disservice was done to you, and it's not my fault, but I can only respond with the truth. Now, shiny Ho-Oh. I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. I don't prefer it to the original, and so I don't know, but I think it's pretty cool. Shiny Lugia. Why is it so much lower quality than all the other sprites? I don't know. Not gonna lie, I'd be thrilled. I like Lugia already. Pink Lugia looks even better, or not even better, but like equally as cool, and so I like it. Anyway, without further ado, let's get started with none other than Trico. Now, I'm not gonna lie, very freaking cool. I think Trico, I think he's supposed to be like some lizard gecko thing, and I think this version of the skin embodies that, but still makes him look cartoony. I don't know how to describe it. It looks cool to me. I don't know. Grovyle, I would say also very, I'm gonna say very cool. I just like that shade of green with that shade of red. It just looks really cool. And then Sceptile's also going in there. I don't know if this is the first time that I've put an entire line in one category. Or I would say an entire line of starters in one category, but I like it. What can I say? And then we move on to Torchic, which Torchic, when I was a child, favorite of mine. Thought he was so cute, adorable, loved him. That being said, this sort of just looks like Torchic in an alternate like timeline or parallel timeline where like things aren't that different. That's what Torchic would look like. And then we move on to Combuskin. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I can recognize what is different about it. Like, to me, that kind of just looks like Combuskin. I'm like genuinely just trying to find out. This is just Blaziken, but like a little bit darker, which I think looks cool, but still, I don't know. Purple Mudkip or pink fuchsia, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't really like it that much. Like it's something and it's fun. But like I've seen at this point, this is my third shiny tier list video, and a lot of Pokemon are ending up this color. And I don't know why I don't like how Mudkip looks in this color. That being said, what is your name? Marshtomp? Marshtomp I think does. Like the brighter yellow I think works, so I'll put it in nice. And then I think Swampert too. See, it wasn't a total failure for the Mudkip line, but I do love Mudkip, but like this shiny. No, actually, let's put Marshtomp is kind of very cool. I think it looks cool. There? I'm being reasonable. So Mudkip fans, don't, you know, don't unsubscribe. I love you. Please stay. Moving on to Poochyena. Sure. I don't like Poochyena in its normal form. This is kind of cuter. It makes him look more like, you know, like friendly. Like I would be like, oh, maybe I would pet him. That being said, Mightyena, it like they're fine. I don't know. I don't love them. I don't hate them. This, on the other hand, Zigzagoon, kind of cute. I know it's like a slight difference in like saturation or whatever, but I think it makes him look cuter. I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. Linoon is like makes me uncomfortable, and this hasn't helped. Wurmple, sure. I mean, I like Wurmple. I think Wurmple's a cute bug Pokemon, but it's kind of boring. He kind of just looks like maybe winter Wurmple. Wurmple. But yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not that excited by what I'm seeing. Silcoon. Sure. And then Beautifly, this is nice. It looks cute. It looks like a... It reminds me, there's a track on Mario Kart 8. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like you're in a desert. It kind of has these same colors to it. I don't know. If you know it, then you do. And if you don't, I'm sorry for my, specific references. Cascoon, this is fine. I don't know. Maybe it's because Halloween has ended and I'm past, that point in my mindset where I'm sort of, excited by like, oh, ghostly, spooky things, and I don't know, it's not that fun. And then Dustox, I'm just gonna put, I think I'm being too generous. I'm being too generous. I think it's because I have a soft spot for these Pokemon, because I said Gen 3 is one of my favorites, but like I can't lie to you guys. I have to be a man of integrity, and that's what I'm choosing to do in this moment. And you know what, while I'm at it, we'll leave him there. Anyway, moving on to Lotad. Now, do I think this is kind of fun? Yes, he kind of looks like a what are they called? A beetroot. A beetroot with a beak, and so I think that's kind of cute. Lombre, not gonna lie, pretty cool. I like the changing colors. It makes it look unique. It almost looks like he's like wearing overalls like Luigi, and so I like that. Nice. Ludicolo. No, it's nice. I don't know. No, I'm being too generous. If I said sure, it's going to be insure. C-Dot, it's like C-Dot with a sunburn. And then Nuzleaf. Actually, I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. And then Shiftry, I'm sorry, but like, sure, whatever. It's like slight changes in color. Tallow and Swallow, these used to be like some favorite bird Pokemon of mine. I think these are boring shinies. I don't really like them. Oh, Wingull, green Wingull, I'm going to say nice. And Pelipper's, sure. I think I like the stripes better on Wingull, and I don't think it works as well on Pelipper, but it's still cute. Routes. I'm going to say shiny Routes for me is, I'm going to say sure, and then Curlia can go in nice, and then I would say Gardevoir, very cool. Actually, let's move Grovyle to nice. I feel like I was like, maybe I'm overcorrecting, but I feel like I loaded the top up too much, and now I have to like balance it out a little bit. That being said, I do think we have our first S tier shiny of this generation. I like Surskit, and I think this is a cool change. Whatever, if it's a controversial choice, sue me, I like it. Unfortunately, though, Masquerain. I love Masquerain. Always sing praises for Masquerain. I don't really like this. I think it just, I don't know why they didn't continue the storyline of it being darker, of it being like a like grayish black, like a charcoal color. I don't know why they would, like if they would have carried that onto Masquerain, easy S tier. You guys, am I being a bit dramatic? We don't have our first S tier of the generation. I don't know. I'm just like, I try not to do this, but I look forward at some of the other shinies and I'm like, okay, well, those are kind of better. Okay, I'm gonna, from this point, wherever I put something, it's gonna stay there. Maybe. Okay, moving on to Shroomish. I say it's nice. I like it. And then Breloom, very cool. I like it. And then none other than the famous sloth himself, Slackoth. I'm gonna say nice. And then no. And then actually Slacking, very cool. I like it. I know it's like just, I guess, a subtle change toward like grayer, browner, but I actually like how it looks. I don't know. Nincada. On the other hand, Ninjask, I'd say nice. It looks kind of cool. What's your name? Shedinja? I'm gonna be honest, what's different? I don't know. They could have done something fun. Maybe it's just like lighter in color and that's the fun part. Okay, Whimsir is a Pokemon that I never pay attention to. I never think of. Whimsir is never on my mind. I'm gonna say very cool. I really like the combination of those colors. It looks really fun. It looks like almost a new Pokemon to me. I think if I saw one, I would almost be like, wait, is that actually Whimsir? I don't know. I just think it looks so cool. That being said, with Loudred and Explode, we drop in excitement. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that cool. I'm gonna be honest. Makuhita. Ooh. However, what is your name? Hariyama. This is actually very cool. I think what confuses me is like within one line of Pokemon, they'll make a really cool color change for one and then completely abandon it for another, and it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what to say. What's your name? Azurill? Sure. I don't know. Oh, Nosepass, baby. Oh gosh. Nosepass is a beloved Pokemon of mine. I love Nosepass. However, this is so disappointing. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say, well, oh, baby, this sucks. It's like, you know, what are you gonna do? What's your name? Skitty. Skitty. Well, and then same thing for Delcatty. I hate that name. Whenever I have to say Delcatty, I'm just like, what does that mean? Oh, dang it. Sableye is another one. It's not as boring as Nosepass, even though they're the same color, but I think it's saved by the little green gem on its chest, as opposed to being like a red gem. I'm going to say nice. Mawile. I feel like Mawile is one of those Pokemon that they could have done something really cool with because its design is innately very cool, but it's kind of like, sure, I don't know. Now, this might seem very hypocritical. I think this is kind of cool. I think it's nice. I like the red eye. I almost think it's like a better choice than the original like blue, like teal color eye that it usually has. I don't know. I like it with red eyes. We're not gonna get like we can't. Whatever. It's fine. And then this, on the other hand, very cool. I'm almost considering like putting it in S tier because I actually really like how shiny Aggron looks, but it's just not quite there for me yet. Oh. The garlic baby itself, Metatite. I'm not gonna lie, very freaking cool. Okay, now we have officially gotten to our first S tier shiny of Gen 3. It is Medicham. I think this looks so freaking cool. I think it is a complete upgrade from the original. I think the original is kind of boring, but I think this looks really cool, and it almost looks like it makes more sense with Meditite's original colors. I don't know. I love how shiny Medicham looks. I'm giving it an S tier. Moving on to Electric. It's nice. I like it better than the original. Oh, this is very cool. Oh crap. Do we have another S tier on our hands? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it's very cool. But again, Manectric is a Pokemon I don't really care about, but that is a very, very, very cool change. Oh, Blustle, baby. I hate to say it. D tier. I mean, what's different? Mine, and on the other hand, actually, I'm going to say, sure, it's slightly different, and that's something worth recognizing. Then we have the duo of Volbeat and Illumise. Volbeat, I like not as much, but Illumise, that actually looks kind of fun. I'm going to say nice. Oh, Roselia. This is actually, I hate it. I think it looks really, really, really bad. I think Roselia in its normal form is fun, and they kind of just did very little to change its base color and then change the color of the roses to colors that I'm not particularly fond of with that shade of green. So I'm just gonna say, well, yeah. Oh, shiny Gulpin. Very cool. And you might be wondering, all right, how do you feel about shiny Swalot? S tier, baby. Shiny Swalot looks so freaking cool. His like orange yellow mustache looks funny. Gray colors, great change. Completely exciting. Makes me want one myself. S tier, baby. That is what an S tier shiny looks like. And I know right now you're thinking, what are they, just like blue Pokemon? No, actually, blue is probably like one of my least favorite colors, but I just think these two look cool. So I'm ignoring my biases in favor of the truth for you guys, So moving on to the car vending machine itself, Carvana. I'm gonna say this is it's nice. It's a very big swing. It's a very big change in terms of the colors, but it's not that cool. I don't know. It kind of looks like, it reminds me of something that maybe I would see in Splatoon, which I've never played a Splatoon game, but that's kind of the vibes it gives me. It gives me. Did I say that right? I don't know. Anyway, Sharpedo. I say sure, fine, whatever. I don't know. Whalmer. I'm gonna say nice. It's fun. Wailord, I think I'm gonna put in that same category. Those sprites are huge. I mean, I love that because, I'm not sure if you noticed. I mean, I guess I could talk about it at this point for those of you who are sticking to this point in the video, but I like zoomed in because I felt like the sprites looked a little small when I would look at the video on my phone. I'm like, oh crap, you could barely see the sprites, so I zoomed in, so hopefully this looks better. Alright, moving on to none other than Numel. I'll say sure. I don't know. It's not that different from the original, which I find kind of boring, and so I think, yeah, I don't know. That being said, an undeniable S tier of Gen 3 shinies is Camerupt. That looks so freaking cool. It is completely different from the original colors, but it just looks cool. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Just look at it. It speaks for itself. That is an S tier shiny if I ever saw one. But I hate to say it. I love Torkoal, one of my favorite Pokemon. This is a bit underwhelming, my friends. What can I say? A bit underwhelming. So, unfortunately, he is going to go in C tier in the, sure. Spoink. Oh, I love Spoink, and I love this shiny. This is going in very cool. I love it. I think it looks fun. I think it looks different. I like the color of the ball. I don't know. There's a lot that I like about it. And in typical fashion, I do think Grumpig is a bit of a letdown. It's not terrible. I'm gonna put it in sure. Ooh, Spinda, the artificial sweetener. I keep making references. I don't even. You don't have to laugh. It's okay. I'll see my way out. Anyway, Spinda. I'm gonna say this is actually very cool. I like the change from like red to green. It looks fun. It looks cute. I like it. Oh, baby, this looks so freaking cool. Shiny Trapinch is an easy S tier, and it's actually the only like not fully evolved Pokemon that I have in my S tier. But that is such a cool design. It looks so cool. It makes me want one. Easy S tier. Oh, but Brava also looks very cool. Not as much as I like Trapinch, but still very exciting nonetheless. We are putting that in A tier. Unfortunately, we did drop the ball a little bit with Flygon. I'm gonna say it's nice. I don't know. It starts. It looks too much. I'm having a hard time justifying this. It looks too much like its original design. It's kind of boring. Moving on to Cacnea. I'm saying nice. I like it. Cacturn. I think Cacnea benefits from having that bright crown, and then I think it looks a little more plain without it. Next up, we have none other than Swablu, another beloved Pokemon of mine. I'm going to say nice, and then Altaria. I love Altaria. Unfortunately, it's not quite S tier for me, so I'm going to say A tier. I think it looks cool. I think it like this gold with a cloud makes it look almost like something from like Greek mythology. I don't know. I like it. It looks cool, but it's not quite up there with the other S tiers that I have on there. It feels a little bit out of place. Next up, we have none other than Zangoose, who I always confuse with Zigzagoon and Linoon because the names just feel similar to me. It's pretty fun. It's a change from the red to blue, at least in terms of its fur. I'm gonna say it's nice, and I don't even like Zangoose that much. So Viper. Let's say nice. It looks cool, it looks different, and it looks like Viper at midnight if it changed, colors at midnight. So I like it. I don't know. Lunatone and Solrock. I think these are fun Pokemon. I think something really fun could have been done with it. Like there's, I feel like phenomenons in astronomy, like a blood moon or what. I don't know if these are real things. I'm starting to get to second guess myself. I'm just saying they could have done something a little more fun with this, and so I'm gonna say sure. And then Solrock honestly just looks the same to me. Barboach. This is nice. I like it. And actually, I like Whiscash too. You might argue like it doesn't look that different. To me, it does, and I like it. Sue me. Lawyers are on standby. I am encouraging you. I gotta say it. None of you have tried up until this point, and it's kind of disappointing. It's like, if you're not gonna start a lawsuit over opinions on Pokemon, are you really living? I would say no. So the move is yours. Anyway. Corphish. It's kind of boring. And then Crawdon kind of looks the same. They actually changed that, what used to be blue on Crawdon to another color that makes it look more like lips, which makes me hate it. Baltoy. Sure. And then unfortunately, I love Claydol. This is an S tier Pokemon for me. But in terms of its shininess, sorry, D tier. Lileep. Oh, they switched the colors. Oh, I love when they do that. I'm gonna say nice, and then for Credilli, I'm gonna say also nice. Moving on to what is your name? It starts with an A. An Anorith? something like that. I'm just gonna put it in sure. It's not, it's cute, it's adorable, I like it as a Pokemon, but the shiny just isn't that different. However, Armaldo, I would say nice. I like it. I don't know, it's fun, it's different. I don't think I like it more than the original, but it's still something fun to look at. Ooh, Feebas. That looks so freaking cool. Oh, crap. This might seem a little crazy. I'm putting shiny Feebas in S tier. I'm ranking in terms of their shininess, and that is a cool shiny. It makes Feebas look like a ghost Pokemon. I could be convinced that this is like like a different region Feebas, where in this region it's a ghost Pokemon. That looks so freaking cool to me. I'm gonna say S tier. Sue me. I like it. I think it's cool. It's a big swing. It paid off. It made a boring Pokemon look interesting, and so that deserves praise. Oh well. I keep like pretending as if anyone ever opposes me in these videos, but like I don't think anyone cares. All right, Melodic. This is nice. I don't. It's cool. It's different. I don't like it more than the original. But it's interesting. I don't know. What is your name? Cast form. Sure. I don't know. Kecleon. Kecleon could have been so freaking cool. It's kind of boring. I love Kecleon. Kecleon is such a fun freaking Pokemon, and this is just, they could have done so many fun things. It's literally like a chameleon type of Pokemon, and they could have done anything with it in terms of it being a shiny, but they just kept it green and yellow, which is like boring. Shuppet? Sure, I like it better than the original, which is like fun, but they just kind of went from like purple to blue, or like purple to teal, or like blue green. I don't know what the colors are. I'm trying here. Banette, I'd say sure. I like it better than the original too, but it's still not that exciting. Ooh, Duskull. I'm gonna say shiny Duskull goes in. Nice. And right now, I'm debating in my head whether Dusclops is an S tier or not. It's not quite there for me. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's still very cool, but it's not quite, S tier material in my mind. Very cool. Very, very cool. Moving on to Tropius. It barely looks different, and I'm sorry I hate to say it. Same with Chimecho. Ooh, Absol. This is, I would say, nice. I kind of like it. It makes it look more interesting instead of just being black and white. I feel like black and white can sometimes be boring colors for a Pokemon, but it gives it some color, and it gives it, something vibrant about it. Moving on to why not? Sure, I don't know. Ooh. Snorunt is actually very cute. I'm going to put it in A tier. I really like that color change. And this also might be insane. Oh, this also might be insane. I think shiny Glalie with red eyes actually looks really cool. I don't know why. The same thing happened with Akron, where they sort of just changed the color to red, but I think it makes it look cooler. I don't know what to say. I just like it better. A tier for me. Feel. I'm just gonna go ahead and put this entire line in sure. Like, it's different, but it's not different in a good. Actually, this looks kind of cute. I say nice. Well, maybe, the more that I sit with it, because they kind of look like. What are those? It's like those balls of chocolate that I think they're called like Whoopers, or I think they're called Whoopers. I don't know. But I think they have like strawberry versions of it, and then that's what it kind of looks like. And so I don't know, maybe I changed my mind to sue me, whatever. I keep saying sue me. All right, that's the last time I'll say sue me for this video. I've been overusing the phrase a bit. Moving on to clam pearl. I hate to say it. I'm kind of bored. I don't like it. It looks worse. No fun. Huntail. Huntail is just sort of green. So, sure, I guess. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like this. I don't even remember its name, but I don't like it. Relincanth. Sure. And then Love Disc. This kind of looks the same to me. I'm kind of bored. Bagon. I don't really like it. Shalgon, kind of, I feel the same way. Salamence is also kind of boring. Yikes. Ooh, now this is very cool. No, I'm gonna say this is nice. And then this is very cool. I think I feel confident in locking in my answer as Metagross as an S tier shiny Pokemon. I mean, it just looks cool. I think it's fun that they made a reference to the meta part, which I'm assuming is metal, and made him silver and gold. I don't know. I think it looks cool. I'm willing to say I like it better than the original, which isn't a necessary qualification to be an S tier, but it definitely helps. So S tier. Now we have none other than the Reggies. Regirock. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is pretty cool. I like it because it almost I think it is consistent with it being rock, and it like just looks like it's covered in sediment. I don't know. I actually like it. It's not that different, but it is different in a way that I feel like is makes sense, and I enjoy it. Reggie Ice, I'm sorry, it looks exactly the same. I'm having a hard time identifying what is different about it. I mean, sure, I don't particularly love it, but it's not like terrible. I don't know. Latias, it's like it's nice, I guess. I don't know. Like, I think what's kind of confusing me about it is that, like, I'm having a hard time identifying what color it is supposed to be. Like, I can tell if it's supposed to be orange or yellow or, like, gold. I don't know. It's very interesting to me, but I think it looks nice. So that's why it's in the nice category. Latios. No. Latios goes into sure. It's not that bad. Oh, baby. I hate to say it. I love Kyogre. One of my favorite Pokemon when I was a child. You know, one of the first loves of my life. I hate to say it. This is terrible. And while we're at it, we might have... Actually, Groudon's not that bad. But Kyogre, I almost think it would have been more fun if they would have, like, switched Kyogre to being red and Groudon to being blue. I think that would have been really cool. But the more that I look at this color of Groudon, I'm actually, I don't know, liking it more. So I'm going to say it goes in the very cool category. Rayquaza, which I refuse to call as Rayquaza. I just think it sounds stupid, but shiny Rayquaza. I've expressed my love for that one before. It looks so freaking cool. S tier. Again, this is another one that speaks for itself. I don't need to go on too long about it. I'm gonna be honest, Drachi looks bad. I'm gonna put it in D tier, and then finally we have reached Deoxys, one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it looks interesting, it looks unique, it looks weird, but the shiny version is sort of like a... It's nice. I don't know. It's not great, it's not bad. It's just right there in the middle. Okay. Let's start off with none other than the lovable turtle himself, Turtwig. Now, if you watched my other ones, you would say, you would know that I am not entirely in favor of the Pokemon that don't look entirely different than their usual form. And unfortunately, that is the case with Turtwig. I think I'm just gonna put him in the middle, but in a surprising change of pace. I don't know what else to say. Grottle actually looks cool. I think these colors really work for Grottle, and I think it looks cooler than Turtwig, to be honest. Actually, let's be realistic. Let's do this, because I don't want to start off a little too strong and water down my opinions. The S and A tiers are going to need to be earned, and we can't just give it up to anyone. You know what I mean? These Pokemon gotta earn it. And I think I'm being influenced by how much I enjoy Turtwig, but we're ranking shininess. We're ranking them on the basis of their shininess. Torterra, I'm gonna admit it's a bit boring, so we're gonna put it in C tier. Now, Chimchar is red in this scenario, and so what really has changed? I think maybe it would have been exciting to change him to blue, like a blue flame, because like an avatar and stuff like that. I mean, blue flames exist in real life. I don't know why I resorted to referring to fiction, but you get what I'm saying. This is a little bit on the boring side. Now, for some reason, I don't know why the second evolutions of these starters are working for me, but Monferno, I actually like how it looks. I like the change of his eyebrow thing from blue to purple. It looks cooler in this context. I don't know. And then Infernape, of all three of them, he looks the least different to me, and so we're gonna keep him in C tier. Now, oh boy, I love Piplup so much. One of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I'm pretty sure there's a Legends Arceus video of mine where I'm just like losing my mind at the end because I'm so desperate to find Piplup, but unfortunately this shiny does not do it for me. And Primplup, I already don't like you, and I'm sorry you gotta go down there. Now Empoleon, I do like seeing him in a less dark shade of blue. Unfortunately, these starters are just not. Okay, and I just gotta make my way through Starly, Staravia, Staraptor. I'm sorry, but this is an absolute. We'll put this one in C tier because I do like that they changed his little red thing in front of his face to blue or gray, whatever that color is supposed to be. Shiny Bidoof. I mean, come on, this is this what I'm supposed to be excited about? No, I can't lie to you guys and act like these are good and that these are Pokemon worth my time or your time, or shinies worth my time or your time. Yeah, it's an absolute no-go. Kricketot. I'm gonna say C tier, but Kricketune, I don't know why, but in this moment, this is very much resonating with me. I'm gonna say A tier. I actually like how Kricketune looks in this orangey yellow. I think it suits the mustache and his coat and whatever that's supposed to be. I don't know. I just think he looks cooler in these colors. Now Shinx, I actually have a shiny Shinx myself in Legends Arceus, so I'm gonna say B, and then B, and then I actually B for Luxio, and then I actually like Luxray. I think the black, the increased proportion of black to yellow looks pretty cool, and it kind of reminds me of Umbreon, and so I'm gonna say A tier for that one. Moving on to Badoo. Unfortunately, when I saw Rosalia, I did not like the purple on her, and I don't like it on Badoo either. I'm gonna say D tier, and then I think this is a complete downgrade for Roserade. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say D tier. I just don't like them. It's really bottom heavy, and I hate to be this way, but these are just not good shinies. I'm sorry. It's just it's hard to be excited about these, and so I only want to be honest for you all. Moving on to Granados in red. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool, and so is what's her name? Rampardos. I think they're fun. Now, Shieldon. I actually like this neon color on it. I'm gonna say B tier, and then Bastiodon. I'm gonna say A tier. I was honestly considering putting it in S tier, but that actually looks really cool to me. Like that changed to like a highlighter yellow from like a what used to be like more of a like beigey yellow. I think looks really cool. I don't know. It makes it look more interesting to me, and so that's my reasoning for putting it in A tier. I hate that so much space is going to be used up on Burmy and Wormadam because they don't even look different. Like what? Okay, well, now that that's out of the way, moving on to Mothim. I actually like this one. It's a slight change, same with Bastiodon, but that I think looks good, so I'm gonna say Mothim in A tier. Combi, which is another more like bright orange sort of, they all just look fluorescent to me, which maybe they don't look like that in the 3D models, but like these, Sprite versions do look fluorescent to me. I'm gonna say B for Combi and Vespiquen. Pachirisu. Okay, Pachirisu in pink. I'm gonna say I actually like it. It looks very cute. I'm gonna say A. Floatzel and Buzel. I think these two, I think they look better. I want to say Floatzel actually looks pretty cute. I want to say A tier and then B tier for this one. Cherubi and what's your name? Cherum? Come on. This is no good. Please, come on. Let's be serious. And then this version of Cherum too. Get down there. I cannot believe how full DT, and I'm about to fill it up more because what is up with Shellos? Why are these so boring? They literally look the exact same. Am I crazy? Like, am I losing my mind here? Okay, Ambipom. I've said it a million times. I am not an Ambipom fan, but I do like how he looks in pink, and so I'm going to say A tier for this one. Now, Drifloon is one of my favorite Pokemon in its normal form, and I gotta say, his shiny form is S tier for me. I think it looks really cool. I think the yellow and blue, yellow it's part of its original color, but they switched it to the main body, and then they made the X blue. I don't know, I think it looks really cool. It looks different. Good design in my opinion, so I'm gonna say S tier. And then Drifloon, I think it looks cool. I don't want to put both of them in S tier, so I'll put that one in A tier, but I think they both look pretty cool. Or Drifblim, my bad. But moving on to Baneri. I actually like how it looks in pink. I'm gonna say B tier for Baneri, and then A tier for what is your name? Lopunny. Okay, so I did not like how Miss Drevis looked in its shiny form, but Miss Magius actually looks kind of interesting. I'm gonna say A tier. And then Honchkrow, again, is similar to Murkrow in that it's like this bright pink. I think it's pretty cool. I'm gonna say B tier. It's not, I don't know, I just don't particularly love it, but it's still like, it's fun, it's different. My question though is, how different is Clammeow? It was like a shade of blue and now it's a shade of purple. I'm gonna actually kind of like it. I'll say B tier and then C tier for Purugly. Oh, I love Chingling, but come on. Okay. I hate to say it. I do not like Stunky. Stunky is one of my least favorite Pokemon, but this kind of works. I'm going to say B tier, but this one goes in C tier. it's an improvement. I look at it with less disgust, and if they managed to do that with like Stunky of all Pokemon, that's impressive. I gotta give them credit where credit is due. Bronzor. So from blue to green, it's fine. And Bronzong, I don't know. It feels like Gen 3 was taking such big swings with its shinies, and so I'm kind of let down with how boring these feel to me. I said before, I don't ever want to pack S tier just to have a bunch of S tiers, but I don't know, it's not, these are just so boring. Like, look at the D tier, like those, almost all of those could be confused for their actual versions of themselves, and it's like, I think the thing for me is like, I feel like there's got to be some level of payoff with the shinies, like, because they require effort or at least luck, but you got to feel like you won something, and with a lot of these, I don't feel like there's anything to be gained. Bonsly, now I did not like shiny Sudowoodo. It just didn't work for me, but I actually think shiny Bonsly looks really cute. I'm gonna say 8 tier. Mime Jr., yeah, just a green hat, so I'll say join your green friends, Bronzong and Bronzor. Happiny, come on. And then, what's different about Chatot? I think it's just this wing is red. I'm sorry, that's kind of boring, but it looks really cute. I don't know. Spiritomb, I actually really like how this looks. I'm gonna say 8 tier for Spiritomb. I like the change from purple and green to blue and pinkish purple. I don't know. It looks fun to me. Gibble. It's like a little bit brighter, so I'm not gonna be a hater. This one actually, I can see the difference in Gabite. I'm gonna say B tier. Unfortunately, however, Garchomp looks the exact same, and not the same way that like Chatot does, but like there's nothing different about it. So D tier. Munchlax unfortunately suffers the same fate. And I love Garchomp. Garchomp, I know it's easy to like Garchomp because Garchomp is like insanely strong and blah blah blah, but I really connected with Garchomp in my Legends Arceus playthrough, but I keep referencing that, but I mean, I guess it makes sense because I'm in Gen 4, but they could have done something fun. They could have made him like a Lopunny's color, and I think it would have been cute. Anyway, Riolu and Lucario. I'm gonna say B tier or C tier, and then B tier for Lucario. That feels good to me. Why did they like? My thing is like, why do they have to take up so much space? Like, not only are they boring and there's nothing different and there's not anything for me to say about them, but like the person, I mean, and shout out to whoever made it. I don't make these, so I can't complain, but I just anyway, let's move on. Moving on to Scorpy, I'm gonna say it. This is an easy A tier for me. This looks different. It looks fun. It looks cool. It makes it look like, fiery. Which I know it's like poison. Was it poison bug or is it poison grass? I think it's poison bug. It looks like a bug. But yeah, and then Drapion. Oh gosh, it's not entirely there for me, but I do like it. But I'm gonna say A tier as well. Now we move on to Krogunk and Toxicroak. They don't look entirely different, but they don't look entirely the same. So I'm gonna say B tier. I like this. I think it would be pretty fun to like. Actually, I'm gonna say A tier for Krogunk, because the more that I look at it, the more that I like it. Get in there, buddy. Yeah, I think it's good. Carnivine. Yawn. Finian. looks like maybe like if Finian like existed in swamps or something. I guess I'll say the same thing for Luminion. I mean, it's like, no, it's not that bad. I'm gonna say B tier. It kind of looks like it's made of coffee. Like when you like pour milk into coffee and it's the mix of the two colors. You know, the cream and the you get what I'm saying. Oh boy. Mantike, why are they making it so boring for me? I don't enjoy having to put all these Pokemon in D tier, but like they're just boring. I don't know what to say. I want so bad to have an opinion on them, but like I can't give an opinion on something that I'm like there's nothing for me to give an opinion on. Snover. Okay, it's a change from green to blue. I don't mind it. I like how it looks for Obama Snow. Obama Snow. Obama Snow. Anyway, moving on. Ooh, Weavile. Now, this is a Pokemon that I actually don't care for a lot, but I actually really like this shiny. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in A tier. Actually, I don't know. I think it looks cool. It's different. Nothing similar to its original colors, which I always appreciate, but it's, again, just because it has different colors doesn't mean it's good, but they picked good colors to change it to, which is what I like about it. Moving on to Magnezone. I hate to say it, the minor difference does kind of work for me. I think it looks kind of cool. I'm going to say B tier. Licky. Sorry, buddy. I don't really like you that much. Not like it as a Pokemon, but it as a shiny. Rhyperior. Surprisingly, I actually really like this. I usually don't like Rhyperior. I'm putting it in A tier. I think it looks really cool. Which again, I'm always pleasantly surprised when a Pokemon I would never put above C tier or like B tier. No, let's say C tier. You know, ends up being more exciting to me. Unfortunately, however, Tangrowth, it's kind of boring. I don't particularly love it. I do like it in the sense that it looks like seaweed, but like I just don't. I would have preferred another color. Electivire. So we changed from blue to red. I actually don't mind it. I don't think it's D tier worthy, but it's not like excellent. And then Magmortar. Actually, you know what? It being pink is pretty cool. I'm gonna say A tier. Togekiss. Did they just switch the colors around on its head? Come on. Whoa. Okay, Yanmega actually looks really cool. Finally, we have another Pokemon we can add to S tier. I actually really like that. I was not expecting anything interesting from Yanmega, but I'm glad to be proven wrong. That looks cool. It looked like the change to like a navy blue with red. I don't know. It looks cool to me. It looks more interesting than the original version. So S tier for me. Unfortunately, Leafeon and Glaceon. A couple of duds. I mean, what do you want me to say? However, Glysaur, another pretty freaking cool Pokemon, or another pretty cool shiny. I'm gonna say S tier. It looks really cool. The blue with the yellow, great combination for me. I like it better than the original, and I think the original design is pretty cool, but this is like a complete upgrade. If I were to bring this out into battle, I'd like sort of be like, yeah, I feel pretty cool right now. Which maybe that's a lame thing to say, but like, come on. Like if you were facing someone and they brought out a shiny Glysaur, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's okay. You know, I'm still gonna kill it, but it looks cool. Ew. Okay. Mamoswine. Somehow they managed to make Mamoswine look worse than it already did, which I think is an impressive feat. And so I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is a D tier. I mean, this is bad. Like, yeah, sure, they changed the color and then made it like completely more disgusting. What do you want me to say? That's not. I shouldn't praise that. Moving on to what is your name? Porygon Z or something like that. Yeah. I like it. I'm gonna say B tier, and then Shiny Glade, pretty cool. I'm gonna say A tier. Probopass. Okay, I was disappointed by Nosepass. This is a little more fun. I'm gonna say B tier for that. And then, okay. Dusk Noir looks pretty cool. I'm putting it in A tier. I think it is, like instead of just looking like black and gray, which sort of makes it look like dull, this sort of gives it more like a Dusk Noir, like illuminated by the moonlight. I don't know. That's sort of what I imagine when I look at it, and so I like it. I don't know. It's not a big difference, but it's a good one. Frostlass, I am having a hard time identifying what is different about you. As much as I think it looks cool right now, it's a shiny. Oh, Rotom. Some of you might think, oh, you just like Rotom, you're being biased. I like how it looks. I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's not an S tier because they could have went for a bigger, like, made the body blue, the eyes red, and then kept the like electricity yellow. I think that would have looked really cool, but still, I like how it looks. And then I'm not gonna rank every appliance version of him. Those are just gonna stay down there. Now these three. I do recognize that Uxie, whatever, Mesprit and Azelf, they just look like when I don't know, when like an old picture, like when they yellow. And so, but I don't think they look bad, actually. Like how those color, like the pink one looks particularly better than these. Actually, no, they all go in B tier. I actually like how they look. I don't know, they look interesting to me. Dialga, not gonna lie, pretty cool. I'm gonna put Dialga in A tier. Palkia, I like it too. It's not that different, but they seem to have more, essence of the color that I associate them with, and so I like it. Heatran, I'm not entirely sure they changed anything. D tier. Ooh, Regigigas, I'm gonna say pretty cool. It doesn't entirely do it for me. I think I would like if like they would have changed the like bush color to something else, like instead of it being green, maybe like, I'm trying to think what would look cool in this, like gray. I don't know, like this color that they put on Dusknoir. Or maybe I'm just asking for Dusknoir twice. However, if you want to talk about a cool shiny Pokemon that's a legendary, let's talk about Giratina. That is an insane change from the original. Giratina's already like a very intense, cool, scary looking Pokemon, and they just made it look like 10 times cooler. That's an easy freaking S tier. Like that, the added blue, I would clap if I could, but round of applause. They really, hit it out of the park with this one. I mean, I'll just leave its alternate version down here. What is your name? Cresselia. It's fine. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Okay, don't waste my time. Darkrai. I actually like this a lot too. I'm gonna say A tier. I like how it looks. I think the purple is more fitting. Again, I think there's ways to demonstrate dark without just going for like gray or black, and I think going for like this shade of purple makes him look so much more ominous than him just being like this charcoal color. I think it, like, you're able to see the details of his form, like of his figure, a lot more with like something that isn't just dark. So I think it looks, and it still fits his name. He looks like he doesn't look less like Darkrai, because I mean the word dark is part of his name, but he looks cool. I don't know. Shaman, it's not bad. I won't be a hater. And then Arceus, was it like gold? It's fine. God, I love these guys. Well, it looks like this is, can I get it all to fit on screen? Oh, it's fine if I cut off some of the D tiers. I mean, why do we care? But this is the entirety of my Gen 4 shiny tier list. So let's get started with none other than Victini. Now, Is this that big of a change? No, they sort of changed his like yellow beige color to just like a pure white, which I guess provides more of a contrast. I don't mind it. I'm gonna put it right in the middle. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Now Snivy, this is a more blue-green, I don't know what you would call that, like a teal, perhaps? I don't know. Not that big of a change, but I actually do enjoy it, and I think I almost like it better than the original, so this is another one that's going in B tier. Servine is leaning even more into that sort of blue-green, but more blue than green. I'm gonna put it in B tier as well. I like it. And then none other than Superior. I would say this actually looks good. I think, I don't know. It's not that big of a difference, but I still like it. They're all in B tier. Now, Tepig, unfortunately, I do not like this. I actually think it looks worse. So I'm gonna go ahead and put him in D. Put him in D tier. Sorry, Tepig. Pignite. I actually like the addition of the purple, but I don't know. I don't particularly. We'll put it in B tier. However, big change. I don't know where this came from, but Embor with blue flames and blue detailing on his belt. Very interesting color palette. Very interesting change from the original look. I'm gonna say A tier. I don't love it. It's not like I'm not going out of my way to get a shiny Embor is what I'm trying to say, but impressive nonetheless. I do enjoy looking at it, so round of applause for Embor. Now shiny Oshawott, adorable little otter. Actually saw a TikTok of a baby river otter, I think is what it was called, and it was truly one of the cutest things I ever laid eyes on. But anyway, that's besides the point. I guess I just took that as an opportunity to bring it up. But shiny Oshawott, I think it looks cute. I like the changes in the color. Again, with the starters, they never go that severe with the differences, but that was that just feels better to me. Okay, Dewat. This is actually a pretty big change. I don't really like it though. I don't know. I think these are similar-esque shades of whatever color you want to call this. This is just darker. But for whatever reason, I just don't particularly love it on Dewat. So I'm gonna leave him in C tier. And then Samurott, his armor, instead of being this like another beige color, is now more bronze perhaps, which I actually think looks really good. I'm gonna put it A tier. So yeah. Now, Patrat. This is one of those Pokemon that I have openly hated. Other Pokemon in that category might include Stunky, Rattata, maybe like rodent pest-like Pokemon. But honestly, this change to Patrat makes him a lot more palatable to me. I actually think he's kind of cute. So, in a complete 180, shiny Patrat's going in A tier. I think the blue eyes look cute. I like the like more I think it's like a deeper brown color, maybe like a muddier brown. I don't know. I just think he looks really it looks cute. It looks like a fun design now. It doesn't look just like a rabbit rat. However, Watchog, I appreciate that they changed the color of his, what do you call this? Like a security vest or like I don't know what you call these. It's like the vests that like construction workers wear or whatever, like people who like fix the roads so that you can see them. I know there's a name for them. I don't know why. I can't remember what these vests are called. But anyway, I don't know. He looks like he's at a rave, which, maybe for some people would be a fun aesthetic, that they would be like, oh, look, a Pokemon that looks like it's at a rave. For me, it doesn't really move the needle. Now, Lillipup. That looks. I I'm having difficulty finding what's different about it. Herdier, whatever you want to call this one. Boring is what I want to call it. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I do recognize that they made his like fur a bit of a lighter. I'll put him in C tier, but the reason why is because I have such a soft spot for senior dogs. Like I think dogs with a bunch of like white fur on their face, I just think they're so cute, and I love them. And so he kind of reminds me of that. So I'll bump him up one, but his design is still boring to me. But he reminds me of something I love, and so that's worth something. At least, in my book. And then moving on to, what is your name? Like Stout something. Stoutland? I don't know. I'm not amused. Purloin. Not Purlion, because I think I want to default to saying Purlion because it's a cat, but Purloin. I'm not moved at all. I'm going to acknowledge the difference, and I appreciate that, but other than that, I don't know. Now, Leibard actually does look different. It's a noticeable difference. It is I would say an improvement, so I'm going to say B tier. I actually like it. Now, Pansage. I'm assuming they changed the green. I don't know. It looks the same to me. However, Simisage actually does look different. Do I like this darker green? Yes, I'm going to put him in A tier. Now, Panseer, I actually think I noticed the difference in this one. Maybe I'm just imagining it, but I think this one is a lighter orange than the original Panseer. I'm going to put it in A tier. I think it's really cute. Now, Semiseer, I love these little monkeys. I just want that to be clear. I love, I think they're really cute, and I like, the grass monkey, fire monkey, water monkey. I think they're all cute. For whatever reason, this one's not really doing it for me. I'm just gonna say C tier. I don't know. It doesn't feel that different to me. And then Panpour. I know the blue is different, not that much, so I'm gonna put it in C tier. However, Semapour, I actually really like this change into, like, what would you call that? Like a cerulean or a periwinkle? I don't know. I like it. I think it looks good. So that's where I stand on the monkeys. Muna. Or would you say Muna? Muna? I'm going to say Muna. This is worse. So I think that's all I have to say about that. What is your name? Musharna? What's different about you? Or just the body is blue instead of purple? It's actually kind of cute. I'll put it in C. Oh, Pit of. The change isn't that big, but I do see it, and I really like it. I'm going to put it in A tier. Sumi. Whatever. I know some of you might think I'm a hypocrite, but I'm literally not, so don't say that about me. But yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, the brighter look of his gray, where it's like almost bluer, I think it's cute. So I don't know. He's B tier or A tier for me. Now, moving on to Tranquil. I don't like it. He looks maybe like diseased and unwell. Like he looks like he's on like in cartoons when a character goes green because they're about to throw up. That's what he looks like to me, and I don't really like the colors that they chose for him. The palette is not very flattering is what I'm trying to get at. Unpheasant. I don't like that one, but I like this one more. Okay, Blitzel. What's different about you? You're just bluer? I mean, you could say the same thing about the Pit Elf, and I put him in A tier, so. Let's say C tier, and then Zipstrika. What are we putting you in? C tier. I don't know. I wish they would have maybe inverted the colors or just went for another color that just doesn't look like a variation on black. Like not black, but like just a dark color. Do you know what I mean? What is your name? I'm not gonna call this thing what I usually call it. But anyway, Roggenrola, I think is its name. What a long name for such a little Pokemon. I'm gonna say I don't know. Like it's different. I just don't know if I like it that much. Like it's not. I don't. This one I do like. I like the addition of the blue, so I'm gonna put it in B tier, and then this one's also gonna go in B tier. I think those two are different enough, but I just wasn't the biggest fan of those. Woobat. I actually think Woobat looks worse, so I'm gonna unfortunately have to put him in D, and then same thing with Swoobat. I don't know. I don't think he's supposed to be orange. That there's just something about this palette that's just not doing him any favors is what I'm trying to get at. Trilbur with some added pinkish reddish. I'm gonna stop trying to call colors except by their basic names because I feel like I'm gonna sound silly. But I'm gonna put him in C tier because I don't really care about this change. Oh no, he has like sort of Excadrill's original colors. That's kind of cute. I'm gonna put him in B tier, and then Excadrill has just colors of his own. I'll put him in B tier as well. Audino. I never really liked this Pokemon, and it being purple instead of pink doesn't make me feel any different. So I'm gonna put it in C tier. Timber. What's different about you? Are you just orange now? I actually don't mind it. I'm going to put it in B tier. Let's put you in C tier. And then Girder goes in B tier. And then Conkeldurr. Do I like this one more? A? Yeah, I actually like it. I'll say A tier. Ooh, Timple. This one's really cute, actually. I'm going to put it in A tier. Palpitoad, it makes it look like I can't remember the one frog toad thing from Scarlet and Violet that looks like it's smiling. That one. The colors make it look like that, which I think is actually kind of fun. But Palpitoad, I'm gonna put in B tier, and then C tier, and then you go in A tier. I don't know. That's how I felt. Now, I do not like these two. I think they are creepy. However, this is an improvement on their original colors. I'll say Throw, C tier, Sock. I'm willing to say it B tier. So, look at that. It's not just a game of favoritism. Don't say I was just favoring Pidove because I like Pidove. That's a lie and inaccurate and slander. But yeah, Swaddle. Would it be controversial to put Swaddle as my first S tier shiny from Gen 5? I don't think so. S tier. I like the color palette. It looks cool. It is an upgrade from the original Swaddle, so all of those meet the qualifications for me to put it in S tier. S tier, baby. Now, Swaddloon. Not gonna lie, also really like it, but not in S tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier. I like how it looks moody. I like that the difference in the colors for Swaddloon make its features more distinguishable, I think, than the original one, because the original one was just like greens and yellows, and I think it's kind of hard to understand what the design is supposed to communicate. And I think in this example, the design is very clear, so I really like it, actually. Unfortunately, it all comes crashing down with Leaveney. Maybe my memory is failing me, but I'm having a hard time understanding what's different about this one. Is it just a brighter yellow body, like the head and the antennas and the, what is that, like the tummy and the feet? I mean, it's a really cool Pokemon, but it's a boring shiny, so I'm going to put it in C tier, unfortunately. But Swaddle is absolutely an S tier. Venipede. I don't know, it kind of looks like dirtier, and for some weird reason I like that. Whirlipede. What's different about you? Your little circles? I don't know. I'm willing to put it in B tier. Do I like it? Now this Scolipede, oh, it's a brighter red, and then it has blue instead of the original like purple markings. I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's not quite there for me, but I really do enjoy it. For a Pokemon that I don't particularly, keep an eye out for, it definitely, is more interesting to me now. Moving on to Cottonee. I actually like it. I'm gonna say B tier. Now again, a Pokemon that I would normally never care about, never look out for, wouldn't think twice about. In its shiny form, I'm gonna admit, Whimsicott. Whimsicott is, I don't know, I like it a lot more, and I'm willing to say it is an S tier shiny for me. I think it just looks a lot more interesting. It looks a lot cooler. It strays from the typical grass Pokemon coloring, which as much as I love the greens, and I think it makes sense to have a grass Pokemon be green and all that, I just like seeing it look a little different. So I'm gonna say S tier for me. Petalil. I do not know what is different about you. Like this color, the yellowish greenish, D tier. Now Lilligant, I think I could tell that the leaves behind her are bluer, and I think instead of being like a reddish orangish, it's pinkish, the flower now. Not that exciting. No, it is. I'll say B. Oh boy. Basculin. I'm sorry, buddy, but I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to curse. And it wasn't an aggressive cursing, but alright. Who cares about Basculin when we have none other than Sandile? Sandile in its shiny form. I can't describe it, but he has immense charm and intrigue. He's cool. I want to know more about him, and so for that reason, I'm putting him in S tier. I mean, look at him. Like, you're gonna look at that Sandile and be like, no, that's not a cool shiny. I don't want anything to do with it. You're lying. That is an S tier shiny for me. Easy, locked in, it's not moving, and I won't change my mind. Sue me, Now, interestingly enough, they're not consistent with the color scheme that they established with Sandile with Krokorok. But I still really like it. I'm gonna say A tier, and then Crocodile. I'll admit I like the red version better, but I still really like this one. I'm gonna put them both in A. This is a really strong evolution line, in terms of shinies in Gen 5. So very impressive. Darumaka. I guess, right? Darmanitan. Yeah, I like it. I like the darker look. And then whatever the heck this thing is, Maractus. I'm gonna say this is another one where they really stepped it up with the color change. It's different, big change, and it looks good. A lot of these, they change the color a lot, and it looks weird, and you sort of lose sight of what the Pokemon was originally. This is a big change with big payoff. S tier for shiny Maractus. I don't know. I really like it. And if you say you don't like it, stop lying to yourself. You're kidding yourself. I don't know. I just really like it. It's a really good color palette. I like the pink. I like the green. I like the yellow. It just makes it look like a very lively cactus. You know what I mean? That cactus stored up a lot of water when it had the chance, and now it's flourishing, So, Dwebble. I recognize that this is a more saturated reddish orange than its original orange, but it's not big enough of a change. I love Dwebble with all my heart. That's all I have to say. Crustle, green Crustle. Oh, if only they would have made you green, my king. But green Crustle, Very impressive, very interesting. I'm gonna say A tier. I really like it. I don't know. It almost makes it seem like a crab that would maybe come out of the swamp. Like it has a thick layer of what is like wet, like not mud. Is there another word like clay? I think clay is what I'm thinking of. Like a thick layer of clay and like algae or moss growing on it. I think that looks really cool. I don't know. That's how I imagine it. So I'm gonna say A tier for shiny crustal. Scraggy, my boy. What's different about you, my friend? You're a little more saturated, right? I don't know. I don't really like it. And then, unfortunately, Scrafty, I don't like this. I think it looks worse. I don't know. It's, again, big change in colors, but in a way that they don't look good with each other. It makes me think of the Kids' Choice Awards. I don't know. It's. I'm not a fan, is what I'm trying to get at. What are your names? Sigalith, right? This is very freaking cool. I'm gonna say, Sigalith, you are. Is it A tier or is it S tier? I don't know. I can't make up my mind. I'm gonna leave it in A tier for now. Maybe at the end of the video I'll bump them up to S, but for now I'm gonna say A tier. I really like the change in color on this one. Yamask, this is actually very cute, very charming. I like it better than the original. I'm gonna say A tier. I always have a hard time saying this one's name. Cophagrigus. I'm gonna say Cophagrigus or Cophagrigus. I'm gonna say Cophagrigus. Cophagrigus. Do I like the purple more than I like the purple and silver, gray? More than I like the gold and the blue. Not particularly, but this is still really cool. So I'm gonna say A tier. Turtoga. Very adorable Pokemon. Fierce little guy. I'm gonna put him in B tier. It's I like the change. I don't know, it's not that big of a difference, but I still like it. Caracosta, I think the difference is a little less noticeable, but I still like it. I'm gonna put him in B tier. Archin? It's archaeology, so I'm gonna assume it's Archin. I don't like your colors, buddy. They kind of ruined you. And look at these two, very similar, and I don't like either one of them. Archeops, let's see. I think they just sort of switched the colors around. Like, isn't this color usually on its head and then this one's on its wings? I kind of like that. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Like, they didn't need to reinvent the wheel. No new hex codes needed to be used, but you did switch it around a bit by switching things around a bit. What can I say? I mean, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. Trubbish. I love Trubbish. Who cares about other people? Like, it's a garbage bag Pokemon? Yes, get over it. And Charizard is a dragon, like a Pokemon that's a dragon. Womp womp, move on. Anyway, Trubbish, my boy. I'm gonna put you in B tier. I do really like this change, though. I think it's very cute. Garbodor. It's fine. I don't know. I'll put it in C tier. Oh boy. Zorua and Zoroark. Crap, these are both really good. I'm trying not to put them both in A, so I'm gonna, or an S, so I'm gonna say Zorua. Actually, okay, I lied. Zorua is for me gonna be the S tier one. I just like the blue with the black better, or like this brownish black. I think it looks really cool. And then again, Zoroark looks really cool as well, but I almost wish they would have like kept the blue, because then I think I would have switched it around and put him in S and him in A. But nonetheless, Zorua, S tier, shiny Pokemon for Gen 5. I really like it. Cool color palette. And I would say I prefer this one to the original. I think it looks really cool. Oh, what is your name? Minccino? Little Italian mouse, right? I guess it's more of a chinchilla than it is a mouse. But anyway, Minccino. I actually think it looks worse. I hate to say it. I'm going to put it in D tier. And then Cinccino? right? Is his name? You look almost the same to me. I'm gonna say beer or deer, not beer. Okay. Gotharita. The change is subtle, but I do think it's cute, so I'm gonna say B tier, and then for Gothitelle, they all go in B tier. I don't know. I like it, but not that much. But it's still like a cute difference. I don't know. And then we move on to one of my favorite lines, my evolution lines, Solosis. I'm gonna put in. It's not that different in this stage. So I might put him in C tier, and then we'll put Duosion in B tier, and then this is another one where I have a hard time saying their names. Reuniclus. I'm gonna say Reuniclus because that feels a little easier to say in my mouth. That was a weird way to say that, but that's how my brain produced the sentence. Nonetheless, we are putting it in A tier. The reason why we're not putting it in S tier is because it's not on par with the original version. I think the original color palette is better and preferable between the two, but I still think this is very cool and I enjoy it. So yeah, it's gonna go in A tier. Now we move on to Ducklet. Pink duck instead of blue duck. Okay, cool. Ooh, Swana. I actually really like this. I'm gonna put it in A tier. I don't know if I can't remember what my opinion is on Swana, whether I've had a good opinion or a bad opinion of Swana, but in this moment I have a good opinion of Swana. At least the shiny form. I don't know. I like it. Then we move on to Vanillite. Guys, this is adorable. If you don't like shiny Vanillite, look at its little face. Are you kidding? Not only me, but yourself. Come on. That's A tier. That is so freaking cute. Vanillish. Love it. Not quite up there as Vanillite, but I still like it. And then unfortunately, I love Vanillux. I think it's such a cute Pokemon. I love the design. I've found out, or I've realized as of late that I'm partial to a Pokemon with multiple heads or multiple faces. Those are some of my favorite, but unfortunately this one's not that different from the original, so I'm going to put him in D tier. In terms of its shininess, still love him, you know. Deerling. I don't know, I don't like it. And same thing with Sawsbuck. I don't know, I don't like these two. I don't know what they I don't know. Emolga. You're just lighter in color, I think. Like this is brown instead of like a darker brown. That's fine, I guess. I'll put it in C tier. I like it. Carablast. It's different, and I'll give it credit for that. But what a hideous little guy he is, huh? And that doesn't mean he's not worthy of love. I just don't like him. Escavalier, right? I don't know. This kind of looks the same to me. I realize this is like pinker than, you know, the original and blah blah blah, but I don't know, I just don't really like it. Fungus and Among Us. I like it. I like the purple. I'm gonna put it in B tier and this one in C tier. Oh, these little freaks. Frillish. They actually don't look that different enough to me. Actually, no. This one I kind of like. I think it's less like blue and white, and it's just like a little bit of a warmer blue, which sounds weird, but I hope you understand what I mean. This one, on the other hand, I don't like. And then Jellicent. I say D tier for this one. This one's actually kind of cute. I like the like lavender. I said I wasn't gonna call them colors other than the like purple, but you know what I mean. I like it. I don't know. You know, a move up for Jellicent and Frillish. I think I usually just put them all in D tier. What's your name? It's like Alomalola, something like that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to butcher your name. No. Oh crap. I didn't think this was gonna happen. I love Joltik. Joltik is one of my favorite I was gonna say bug Pokemon, but just Pokemon in general. I think he's very cute. This is terrible. They made my boy worse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Joltik. You deserved better than this. Now, Galvantula, this is actually a bit of an upgrade. I want to say C tier. So weird that I would ever put Galvantula above Joltik, but, you know, it happened. What are you going to say? Or what are you going to do? Ferroseed, this looks barely different at all. Ferrothorn, the feelings that I get from it are kind of the same, meaning like this is gonna sound mean. Like it's uninteresting to look at one way or another, is what I'm trying to get at, but I guess I'll put him in C tier. And then, oh gosh, there's a lot of Pokemon in this generation, I'm realizing, because like look at how full this list is. Anyway, these you know, cogs, clink, clang, clink, cling, or whatever. They have different green, and they're a little more like bronzy, brown, or silver. I don't know. There you go. It's so hard to have an opinion on Pokemon like that. They're just like generally uninteresting to me, which is why I think I'm just sort of like quick to move past them, because I just don't particularly like the design in general, and so it's hard to care about it even with the changes that are made. Moving on to this little cutie with a cute name, Tynamo. Baby, I don't know what's different about you. I think maybe the little yellow line is originally something else. I'm gonna put him in C tier. I know something's different about it, and I think it's that yellow line, but I can't really. I think the little yellow line is brighter, which I think, you know, cool. Or not brighter, but more saturated. I don't know. Moving on. I spent too much time on Tynamo. I love you, buddy. Electric. I don't know. And then Electros. Actually, kind of like it. I'm going to say B tier. Moving on to these little alien robots. Your eyes are just different color, but not in a way that makes you look better. Unfortunately for, what is your name? Like Algium and, oh gosh, I don't even think I'm going to remember your name. Like, Bium. Anyway, I don't know. I don't really like them. Litwick. Oh boy. This is another version of like, you know, what have they done to my boy? I really do not like this change. I don't like the change in his eye color from like yellow to green and the flame from purple to blue. Something about it, you know, all I can say is what have they done to my boy? Lampent. It looks almost the same. I could tell he's different, but just not noticeably. However, I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. Chandelure, this looks insane, and I mean that in the best way possible. Chandelure is an absolute S tier shiny. I mean, it's a simple change. You're changing the flames from purple to orange, but it just looks so freaking cool. It adds more to the ghosty Halloween feeling, and it just simple bold change. Really like the color palette. You know, comparable if not better than the original. I don't know. I really like it. I'm gonna say easy S tier, not even a question. Exu. I don't know. I'm not okay. Like, I keep being like, oh, they're different, and I can acknowledge that, but like it's just boring. I don't know. I don't want to look at that. And Fracture. Okay, this is different and worth noting. We'll put them in B tier. Now, Haxorus. Do we have an S tier on our hands? Let's see. Let's put him up there with the others. No, we don't. But we do have an A tier on our hands, which is still, you know, worth noting. Cubchoo, one of the cutest Pokemon names, I think, in the entirety of Pokemon is Cubchoo, but purple head. I actually kind of like it. It makes it more, you know, distinguished. Beartic or bear. It's like bear and Arctic, but I'm just saying Beartic. Arctic. Anyway, D tier. Cryogonal. I think it's little like face makings. I don't know what I would call those. Are orange now, which I actually think looks kind of cool. You, buddy, are going up to B tier. Ooh, Shelmet. I don't know what it is, guys. Maybe I'm feeling generous, but Shelmet is going in A tier. I really like the change from like its original pink to yellow. I like it a lot more. I think it goes better with the silver. That's an A tier for me. I actually would. I'd expend some resources to catch it if I ran into it. Which again, some of you might be thinking, oh, you'd expend resources to catch any shiny Pokemon. I ran into, what's that shiny? It's like the Lion Fire Pokemon. I don't know, it's ugly and I didn't care if I got it or not. I did end up getting it, I'm just saying I didn't care. Anyway, Excelgor. It's different, right? And a little better, but I still don't care. Stunfisk. Couldn't get me to care about that one. Mienfoo. Ooh, I'm gonna say B tier. No, I'm gonna say A tier. I actually really like it. And then Mienshao, very cool change in color. I really like it. Makes it look more elegant and interesting. I don't know. I really like the change in the color palette. Easy S tier for me. And I mean, I like my row of S tiers in general right now. I think it's a really strong S tier. For oh my gosh, look how many Pokemon are left. Anyway, I'm sorry this video is getting long. I didn't think it was going to be this long. Drudigan or something. It's still kind of ugly, but better. So, Collet and Gollark. I like it. That's cute. And then this one, I actually really like the difference. I'm going to say A tier. I think it looks, I don't know, it's a better color palette than the original one. Pawniard and Bisharp. I like it better than the original one, so let's put them in B tier. And then Bisharp. I know they look similar, but that one's just better. I don't know. It is what it is. Pouffalant, one of my, favorite normal Pokemon, but quite a boring shiny. I hate to say it, D. Rufflet. I actually don't like this. I try to find something nice to say off the top of my head, but I don't like that. Braviary, I don't think it's as good as the original, but it's still pretty cool, so I'm going to say B tier. I just don't like the blue that much. Vullaby and Mandibuzz. They're pinker. I'm going to say C tier for this one and B tier for this one. I actually kind of like it. I don't know. I like it. It looks like a chocolate raspberry candy. You know? Heatmore. Not bad, actually. I'm going to say B tier. Durant. Again, simple change, but I like it. I like these three better than the original forms, but they're still not interesting Pokemon. I don't know. Dino and, what is the name? Zoelis, and Hydreigon. Whatever. I don't really like them. And I feel like these are like, they look worse green is what I'm trying to get at. And I know that's like I think an evolution line that is like beloved or people really like it. I don't know. And I'm not doing this to, be a contrarian or go against the grain. I just don't particularly care for them. Larvesta and Volcarona. I'm going to say Larvesta is an upgrade, so I'm going to say B. Volcarona, it's fine. I'm going to say C tier. Cobalion. What's different about you? Is this just green instead of yellow? D tier. Ooh, this is way worse. That is like noticeably worse. I don't know how that got, approved, but that looks really bad. That's like one of the worst ones of this entire generation, if I'm being honest. Like, maybe it's competing with Muna, but this is really, really bad. I mean, I don't mean to go in on it so hard, but it's just hideous. It looks like a million times worse, and it was already an ugly Pokemon. Okay, let me move on. Virizion. Not gonna lie. From pink to green, or from green to pink, very nice change. I really like it. So I'm gonna say A tier. Sorry if you heard my stomach in that moment, but what's the difference? Okay, I'm not wasting my time with you clowns. They look exactly the same, right? Am I stupid? Is this just purple instead of blue? I don't know. They look the same to me. And then I don't know. I don't like them. I don't like them as shinies. It is what it is. Womp womp, as they say in the industry. Reshiram. So it's just gold on its tail instead of just white? Or was that already there? I say C tier. Zekrom. Oh, this one's kind of cooler, I'm not gonna lie. I say B tier. It's like less, like just a direct black, and it's like a really dark green, which I think looks cool. Landorus. Guys, I feel like I'm being pranked or something because these look exactly the same. Okay, what's it, Kyurem, and it's a little like Abomination combos. I don't really care for these, and I still think they look stupid. Caldeo. Doesn't look that different. Meliota. I like this purple one. I'm gonna say B tier, and then we'll put this one in B tier too. And then last but not least, Genesect. From purple to red. I don't mind it. You go in B tier as well. Okay, this was way longer than I thought. I didn't remember Gen 5 having so many Pokemon, but from the bottom of the top, let's scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, and boom. Anyway, let's get into it. Starting off with none other than Chespin. I've said in previous generations that I feel like they don't take big swings when it comes to the starters, and I think that is the opposite with this generation, which is a lovely change of pace. I think changing the hat color from like green to this, I don't know, like reddish brown, I think looks fun. It makes it look cute. It makes it kind of feel like a different Pokemon. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in B tier. I think it's well done. Now, Quilladin. You know, I'm not particularly a fan of Quilladin at face value, so I think that's something that is kind of holding me back, but I still think it's a cute design. It's a fun change from what it used to be, and for that, I think I'm going to put it in B tier as well. Chestnut is one of those Pokemon where I've had, like, I don't know, a change of heart with, where in the past I used to think it was an ugly design and it looked dumb, but now I kind of like it, and I definitely think that, like, the green shell, like spiky hard exterior looks cool. I like how this looks. He looks like a Pokemon you would find at a hiking supply store. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a positive in my eyes. So we're gonna put him in A tier. Then we move on to none other than Fennekin, which I think this gray is cute. I'll be honest, I don't know why I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I'm not particularly blown away, and I feel like other Pokemon with this color palette have been exciting for me, but this is not one of those cases. But I still like it, so I'm going to put him in B tier. Braixen. Okay, well, Braixen and Delphox have a very similar color palette, so I'm going to put Braixen in B tier, and then Delphox, I think, you know, I think it looks better, so I'm going to put it in A tier. I think I'm just not particularly, I don't know, I like that it's a big change in color, but I just don't entirely love the colors that they picked, or at least the shade of the colors that they picked, and I think that's what's sort of holding me back from being more emphatic about them or enthusiastic. Froakie. Okay, I think Froakie looks very cute. I have a Froakie in my Cobblemon series. If you've watched any of those videos, I think the pale Froakie looks very cute, so I'm going to put it in A tier. Frogadier, I think, is a little less, the change is a little less noticeable in Frogadier, so that's why I think I'm going to put Frogadier in B tier. That was an unexpected rhyme. And then I think Shiny Greninja is an easy S tier. I think the all black and then like bright red tongue looks really cool. It's an effective color palette. I think it's just very fitting for a sleek, like fast Pokemon. So I'm gonna say S tier. I really like it. Bunnelby. How do I feel about, good old Bunnelby? I don't particularly like normal Bunnelby, but I think this switch to like all gray, but I mean obviously different shades of gray, is nice. So I'm gonna actually say B tier because I like it better than the original, and I think that's something worth noting. Diggersby. Again, this is a challenge because I just don't like the design of the Pokemon, period. But I do think it looks better, so I think normally I would put Diggersby in D tier, but its shiny is a little better, so it's going in C tier. Now, Fletchling is another Pokemon that I have in my Cobblemon series. I think I've had Fletchling in different games. I like Fletchling, but this shiny is admittedly very boring. I'm sorry, but it is going to end up in D tier. I think Fletchinder, like I can see the difference. I'm just not amused by it. I'm going to say B tier. But even though, because the only thing that's different is like their, like wings and their belly is like, instead of being gray, it's like a light brown color, which I like, but it's just not very different from the original, which is kind of boring to me. Talonflame, I actually like how it looks on Talonflame, maybe just because it takes up more of his body color, like it includes more of his torso and his wings, and so I like it in that case, and so I'm going to say B tier for Talonflame. Now, Scatterbug. I think this version of Scatterbug looks very silly and it looks fun. He looks like he's dressed up as a ghost for Halloween, and I think that is so cute. I'm going to put it in B tier. I've said before how I don't necessarily need a Pokemon to be a completely different color from its original. Like sometimes they can just switch around the original colors, and that's very effective, and I think that's the case with Spewpa and Scatterbug, and so I'm going to put Spewpa in B tier as well. I don't know, I just think they look funny. Like they look like they're dressed up as like ghosts for Halloween or something. Unfortunately for Vivillon, the change in like from like a dark to a lighter color, like the switching around, it just isn't as noticeable, and I find it kind of boring. I'll be honest, I don't think I would have noticed this was a shiny, and I also think Vivillon is at a disadvantage because its whole thing is like there's different forms of Vivillon with different color wings, and so that sort of detracts from like, I think its base design sort of is more apparent than its change in shininess. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. The wings aren't different. Like I think these are just standard Vivillon wings is what I'm getting at. Litleo. I'm gonna be honest, I hate Litleo. Litleo like creeps me out. Like when I look at it, there's just something not right about it. Like it looks like bad taxidermy, I think is what puts me off. Like it looks, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of a Alolan Persian, which I also hate. I think they both just look like, not Uncanny Valley, but like, because I recognize that they're like little cartoony cats, but they look kind of just like, I don't know, like if you've ever seen pictures of bad taxidermy, that's what they look like. So anyway, moving on to Pyroar, which I actually have a shiny Pyroar, which is why I feel so confident putting them both in D tier, because I could not have cared less when I got a shiny Pyroar. I mean, I was like, oh, cool, a shiny, but I was like, damn, my shiny odds were, wasted on a Pyroar. Yawn, who cares? moving on to none other than Flabebe. I'm confused. What is different about you? Sorry, Flabebe. I actually, I guess if you're at this point, then maybe you're someone who actually, sticks around and cares about my video. So I'll give a little, I guess behind the scenes talk. It's not that serious. I don't know why I'm calling it that. I've started completing my Pokedex in Pokemon Violet so that I could do shiny hunting videos. So I don't know if anyone cares to see that. I'm just excited to do it. It's an arduous process, but I'm almost done. Anyway, moving on to Floette. Okay, there's two versions of Floette. I like this one. I'm gonna put it in B tier, and then I think this one also goes in B tier. I think they're both cute, but I'm kind of struggling because I think the only difference was that the little like tail and eyelashes. I don't know what to call those, and its little like ear loop are different colors. I don't know. I think it looks cute. Florges, which is a Pokemon I'm a big fan of aesthetically. I'm going to say this is a very effective shiny. I like the change from the green body, tail, leaf thingies from green to purple. I think it's a good look. I like it. It makes it look like a bouquet. Oh boy. Skiddo. I see the differences. I see that the horn is gold instead of black, and so is its nose, and the foliage on its neck is lighter. I hate to say it, I think it looks worse. I think these are changes for the worse, and same with Go-Go, because I mean it's the same aesthetic changes. I also noticed that they made his like forehead, ear, body color not like, I don't know, it looks bad, my friends. What can I say? Is anyone really gonna go to bat for Go-Go or Skiddo? Like, maybe I'll be surprised, but like, I don't know. I just don't like them. Pancham. This is a very, 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 very minimal change. It's like from a dark gray to a like cocoa brown, like a hot chocolate brown. I guess. And then in this one, same difference, and then its hands are red. I don't know. They're not awful like these two, but they're underwhelming, so I don't know. Furfro. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like Furfro's design originally, and I don't think that like, oh wait, what did I just do? Did I just pull this out of? I don't think that the switcheroo from like what they did with Spupa and Scatterbug, I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. I don't know, I don't really like Furfro as a Pokemon. I think that's the bigger issue at play here. Esper. Okay, so it's a light pink instead of like a dark blue gray. I'll be honest, I don't like it. Like, it kind of looks like a baby that like when babies like get really worked up and they cry like very intensely and they get all like red and their eyes are all red. Like, it looks scary, and that's what it reminds me of. I keep giving weird examples, but like I can't help the ideas that come to my mind where I'm like, there's something wrong about this, and when I think about that disturbed feeling that I have, I'm able to like find an explanation. So I don't know. Meowstic. So originally it's like what, like a navy blue and a white, and now it's white and a very pale yellow. I'm gonna put this one in B tier and then this one in C tier. I think this one's objectively worse, but this one's kind of fun. Oh boy, Honedge and Double Aid and Aegislash. I'll admit these are nicer colors than the original forms. So, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it's Aegislash, not that bad. Another thing I wanted to point out is like sometimes when I'm recording these videos, I have a really hard time saying some Pokemon's names, and then when I'm like in my day-to-day life, if I like I'm talking about a Pokemon or something, I can easily say their names and I'm like, what is going on? Like Reuniclus. I was like, why was I struggling with that so much? Or Alomalola. Did I even say that right? I don't know. But I was like, why were you struggling with that so much? I don't know. And it's not even like, maybe your thought would be like, oh, maybe you get nervous when you record. I don't. I'm like by myself. Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Anyway, Spritzy. I'm not particularly a fan of Spritzy in its normal form, but I think this form is really fun. I like the purple. I'm going to put it in B tier. And then Aromatisse. I actually really like that. I'm putting it in A tier, surprisingly. Swirlix. This is supposed to be like a dessert Pokemon, right? Like, it looks more edible. B tier. And then I actually think that Slurpuff looks really cute. I like that they made like the little cherry thing on its head darker. I don't know, it just looks more like a dessert to me, and I think it looks really cute. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Aw, Inkay, my boy. Ooh, this is really bad. I love Inkay. I think Inkay is really cute. He is, watered down by his evolution in Malamar, but nonetheless, I love Inkay. This shiny is awful. Why they chose that color for his body is so... dumbfounding? Is that a word? Leaves me dumbfounded, right? I don't know. I don't like it is what I'm trying to say. Malamar, where you belong, D tier. Pinnacle. I actually don't mind this, oddly enough. I like the more fluorescent look of its colors, and same with Barbacle, whatever. I don't know. I like both of them weirdly, so I'm gonna say B tier. Scralp. Okay, so there's not a big change in Scralp. This is like a more purpley brown than it is just like a I don't know, like I said, a hot chocolate brown. And then it's like little face features and belly features instead of being purple or blue now. I think it's fine. I like these two Pokemon, Dragalge, but I think it'd be cool to have a shiny Dragalge for the sake of having a shiny Dragalge, but I don't think this is like quite S tier, but I do think it's really cool. I don't know, I like it, but it's like, I wish it was a little more different. I wish there was something else to it, but I do think changing it's like this from red to green I think is cool. And it's consistent with this one where instead of being purple, it's blue and it's like body parts. Clauncher, I actually think this is a way cuter form of Clauncher. I like normal Clauncher, or Clauncher too, but something about it being red just, feels right about, right to me. It being like a little like crawfish. I don't know, I just think it's cute. And Claws are... Am I willing to say this is S tier? No, I'm going to say it's A tier. I think it's very cute. I like it, but it's not quite at S tier for me. Helioptile, it's not better, but it's not awful. I don't know, it's kind of ugly. And then, this looks actively worse for Heliolisk. I don't know, who cares? Tyrant. So from brown to blue, I actually think that's kind of cute. I'm going to say B tier for Tyrant, and then Tyrantrum, which I think is such a funny name. I'm going to say A tier. I think it's very fun. Amara. So from blue to white. I don't particularly love it. It makes it look kind of like creepy to me, but not in like a fun way. So I'm going to say B tier. And then I think the white looks better on Aurorus. And so I'm going to say A tier for Aurorus. I like it. Ooh, shiny Sylveon, I've got to admit, not that big of a change, but an effective one. I'm going to say S tier. It looks really cool. I like it. It's the same color palette, but, switched up in an interesting way. So Easy S tier for me. Hawlucha. Oh boy. What an ugly thing. Do I like this better than the original? Kind of. It makes it look like a ghost Pokemon, so I'm gonna say B tier. Deten? Deten? I'm gonna say Deten. Maybe I should look it up. Alright, the internet has led me to believe that this thing's name is pronounced Detene. I'm almost, like, I'm on the precipice, I'm on the edge of saying this is S tier, but it's not quite there. But I think this is so adorable. I usually don't care for this Pokemon or pay attention to it. This version is so freaking cute. I'm gonna say A tier. Great upgrade. Carbink. I don't like it, but I do think this dark version is better than the original version, so I'm gonna say B tier. Then we move on to the gooey Pokemon, starting off with Goomy. Do I like this lighter color on Goomy? It's fine. I'm gonna say B tier. Sliggoo looks kind of creepy. Its eyes being dark like that are not a nice look, so I'm gonna say B tier. And then Goodra, I'm gonna say A tier. I think that the colors sort of even themselves out once they get to Goodra. Klefki. Guys, my initial reaction is just to put this in S tier. I think Klefki's so cute. And I think it's fun that they changed it from a silver ring to a gold ring. I'm gonna say A tier. You know, like it or not. Phantom. I think this is a really fun change for Phantom. I'm gonna say S tier for me. I like that they changed the color of the eyes from red to blue. I like the change of like the tree stump itself being a different color, and then the foliage being like a more fall color. It makes him look more like haunted. I don't know. I think it's a great change. I like Trevenant's change too, but I just think it's more effective on Phantom, so I'm gonna put Trevenant in A tier. Pumpkaboo. Normally, I do not really care for this Pokemon. I don't like its color palette, but I think this looks great. I'm gonna put Pumpkaboo in A tier, and then this one's just kind of weird looking. I don't like its weird. I don't know. This is just. I don't like these long strands. I don't know if it's its hands or its hair. I'm gonna say B tier for this one. It's not awful. I just don't like it. Bergamite. So instead of was it like a whitish blue? It's yellow now. I hate that I'm even referencing this, but it makes me think of like yellow snow, which I don't like. I'm gonna say C tier, but like the color palette itself doesn't look bad, but I just don't like it. This one is where it looks a little better. I'm gonna say B tier for Avalok. Oh my gosh, shiny Noibat. Are you freaking kidding me? That's an easy S tier. The change from like a purple color palette to like this blue, green, and black looks so freaking cool. I want a shiny Noibat, not like more than anything now. So yeah, that's an easy S tier. That looks incredible. I think Noivern looks good too, but a little less so than Noibat, and so I'm just gonna say A tier. But like, I want that shiny Noibat. It is so freaking cute. What is this thing's name? Xerneas. I actually like the original better, but this is not bad. But I'm gonna put it in B tier, and then Yveltal. I don't know. I actually don't like how that looks. I think it looks bad. It looks weird. It looks like in an anatomy book, like when they like show you what's underneath the skin, and you could just see like the musculature of like a human body. That's what it kind of looks like, which maybe would sound cool, but it just doesn't look cool. And then Zygarde, and it's, I guess, 3 different forms. Okay, that's how I feel. And then Diancie. I actually think this is not that bad. I'm gonna say B tier. Hoopa. I actually think this looks very cool. It's almost an S tier to me, but it almost is a little tacky. Like it's a little gaudy looking, but I think it still looks cool. I'm going to put that version of Hoopa in A tier, and then this one can go in B tier, and then Volcanion. This looks like it like something that you would see in Las Vegas, and I don't mean that as a compliment. I'm going to put it in C tier. I think Volcanion deserved a different color palette, and I think the all gold makes sense for Hoopa, but not so much for Volcanion in my opinion, so I don't know. I don't really like it. And then, what is this? Mega Evolution or something? Of Greninja. I mean, I already put normal Greninja in ST. I don't really think I care to rank that. You already know how I feel about Greninja. So yeah, that is going to be, I mean, I guess that's the entire list. I don't really have to scroll up. It's just there. This isn't a very Pokemon dense generation. But yeah, that is the list. You know, if you agree with it, great taste. If you don't, maybe start the video over again and reconsider. Even if you agree with it, start the video over again and be like, wow, this is such a great video. Wow, I love this. You're so funny. You're so relaxing. Please make more videos. You're the only YouTuber I'll ever watch. I'm unsubscribing from everyone else and only watching your videos. I have notifications turned on for your videos. I tell all my friends about your videos. You know, stuff like that. So anyway, without further ado, let's get started with none other than Rowlet, who I actually think looks pretty fun in this minty color he has going on. He looks like those mints that they give away at baby showers. I don't know if they give them away in other contexts, but I feel like I've only encountered them at baby showers or maybe like a wedding. But yeah, anyway, I would eat or anyway. Moving on to Dartrix, who I think looks fine. Looks like a handsome gentleman, but I don't like it as much as I like Rowlet's color. I don't think this dark green looks bad, but this just looks more charming. And then we move on to Decidueye, which I actually think these colors are very flattering, and I think they almost look better than Decidueye's original colors, and so I'm willing to say that that is an A tier shiny. Now, Litten, I love how this looks. I think it is a very simple change, but it's a very cute one. I don't know what it is about me and the starters looking like candy right now, but he looks like white chocolate, which I don't like white chocolate. I think it's kind of gross, but he looks tasty. Is it weird to say that I would eat a Pokemon? I don't mean that like in the literal sense. I wouldn't eat them. They just look like if it was a dessert, I would be like, oh, okay. Anyway, I need to stop. Torracat. I mean, like, it's a similar change that Litten had, but it's not as cute or charming. And then for whatever reason, I really do not like how Incineroar looks. I like Incineroar's original aesthetic, but this change from black to white, it doesn't look right. And I think the chest still being like a grayish color, I don't know, it just looks weird. He looks like he's covered in ash, like he was in a fire, which I guess makes sense if he's a fire Pokemon, but it just does not look good. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that in C tier. Now, Poplio. Poplio's a little different, but you know, other than just being darker and having a different collar, I don't think he looks all that different. And I guess for that reason, I'll put him in C tier. Again, I like Poplio. I think he's cute, but I just don't particularly. I'm not in love with this shiny. Brion. This doesn't look worse. So, oh gosh. Okay. Well, speaking of looking worse, if you've seen any of my other Gen 7 tier list videos, you know I'm not the biggest Primarina fan, and like aesthetically, this is way worse. I don't know. Changing her hair from blue to blonde makes it look dirty to me. I don't know why. Like, I've said before that I think Primarina looks like a stinky Pokemon, and this makes her look more stinky. So, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a D tier shiny. We move on to none other than Pick-a-Peck. I actually think this is very cute. I'm gonna say B. Trumbeak. Again, it's a nice change in color, but I just think Trumbeak is not that interesting. But Toucanon. Would I say this is S tier or just A tier? I'm gonna say A tier. I think I like the changes in the beak from red, orange, and yellow to, I guess, like fuchsia, purple, and navy blue. I don't know. I think it looks really cool. I like how it looks. I'm considering bumping him into S tier, but as of right now, I think A tier is appropriate. Now, Young Goose and Gumshoes. I hate both of these, but Young Goose, I'm not gonna lie, looks better, and so does Gumshoes. I think they both, I don't know. I think maybe not having that blonde hair, it's gonna seem like I hate blonde people. I don't, because I was hitting on Primarina for having blonde hair, and then I'm praising these two for no longer having it. I have nothing against blonde haired people, but for whatever reason, aesthetically, these Pokemon benefit from it, and then this one suffers as a result. But, you know, shout out blonde people. Moving on to Grubbin. I think this is cute. I'm going to say B tier, and then Charjabug. I also say this is B tier. They're not, like, revolutionary in any way, as in, like, it doesn't make me feel entirely different about them, but I do think they're cute, and I would be excited if I got them. That being said, Vikavolt. I think this looks worse, but it's not awful, so I'm going to say C tier. And then Crabrawler. It's fine. I don't like it as much as its original colors, and I do think it's fun that they went with like big bright red boxing gloves, because that's like the stereotypical color that you would associate with boxing gloves, but I don't know, it doesn't work for me in this regard. That being said, Crabominable, I'm gonna say A tier. I was almost willing to put it in S tier, but the only thing that they really changed is, again, the blue to red, but it just looks so good. And I really like it, but I don't know. It feels a little premature to be, or not premature, but it feels like I'd be setting the bar kind of low if I were to put shiny Crabominable into S tier, but I do very much enjoy it. Now we move on to the 4 Oricorio variants, which I like Oricorio. I don't like this one, to be honest. I think it looks bad. And then A tier. That's okay. Because, I mean, it's hard to have like a strong opinion on Oricorio because it's already so distinctly colored and fun in its original form. And so it's like these changes don't feel entirely fresh, in the sense that, like, maybe I'm just not familiar enough with Oricorio where I don't know if I would notice these differences. Moving on to Cutie Fly. I don't like this, but it doesn't look bad. I'm gonna say, no, I actually think it's cute now that I look at it. I don't like this one though. So Ribombee can go in C tier, because at first I thought the blue wings didn't go with it, but like once I looked at it a little longer, I'm like, actually this is kind of cute. So we'll put Cutie Fly in B and then Ribombee in C. Moving on to none other than Rockruff. I like Rockruff. I think maybe because of his role in the anime. This is an interesting color. I say B tier. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And then we have the Lichen Rock variants. A tier for that one, and then I don't know. These two, I just like this one the most. Moving on to Wishy Washy. Wishy Washy in its little crying form. I actually do not like this. I'm gonna put it in D tier. But this version of Wishy Washy, was like the school version, I'd say it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Now, Marini. I actually really enjoy this. I'm gonna say Marini goes into A tier, and then Toxapex. I'm gonna say Toxapex is the first S tier of the Gen 7 shinies. I think it just looks really cool. I think it's a fun change in the color palette, but that doesn't feel like it strayed from Marini's original aesthetic. I don't know. It looks really cool, and normally Toxapex isn't a Pokemon that I pay attention to, but I really like this version, so I'm gonna say S tier. Moving on to Mudbray. I think Mudbray is adorable. I think it's very cute, but this just like orangey version of it, I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah, I'm gonna say D tier. I don't like it, and same with Mudsdale. Now moving on to Dewpider. I like Dewpider, but I don't like this. I'm gonna say C tier, and then again, I like Araquanid, but it's just sort of fine. I'm not entirely in love with it. Ooh, moving on to Fomantis. I think this is adorable. I'm going to say that is an A tier. And then Lurantis, I'm going to say is the other S tier of this generation, because I think Lurantis already has a cool look and a cool color palette, but this makes it look like more of a, I guess, more in line with an actual praying mantis, but it still has that Pokemon look to it, where it's not like, oh, this just looks like a basic bug Pokemon. I don't know. I think it looks really cool. I would want one, so I'm going to say S tier. And then moving on to Morlul, who I really like, but this is kind of boring. I'm going to say C tier. And then I really like Shinotic, but I think they made it, it kind of looks like a hamburger bun and then just ground beef, which, you know, who doesn't like a cheeseburger? But it just doesn't look good. It's weird. Ooh, moving on to Salandit. I actually really like this. I'm gonna say Salandit is S tier. It's, I don't know, it almost looks like if you saw Avatar, there was one of the spirits from like the spirit world that was black and white, that was like this panda thing. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. That's what Salandit looks or reminds me of, and I think it looks really cool, so I'm gonna say S tier. And then Salazzle I think looks really cool, but I like Salandit better, so I'm gonna put Salazzle in A tier. Moving on to none other than Stuffle, who I think is not cute, but is it, like, it's cute in theory but not in practice. I don't know how else I would communicate those thoughts, but its shiny form I think is kind of charming. And Beware, normally I don't really care about Beware, but I actually really like this shiny version. I was contemplating putting him in S tier, but it's not entirely there for me. But I do like this orange Beware. I like it better than the pink version. Ooh, okay, well, Bounsweet, it looks like it's the same, but it looks like a berry that's started to go bad, and Steenie is suffering the same fate. So unfortunately, both go in D tier. I would say Serena is not as bad, so I'm going to say B tier, but I really did not like the changes made to Bounsweet and Steenie. It just, I don't know, it just does not look good. I prefer the original by far. Moving on to Comfey. So instead of being green, it's blue. I don't mind. I'm going to say B tier. Oranguru. Oranguru is one of those Pokemon that I very much enjoy. This version, I do not. I'm willing to say no. Let's put him in C tier, but I will admit I do not like this pink version of Oranguru. I almost think they should have went orange, but you know, I'm not in charge of the colors. Passimian. I don't love it and I don't hate it. I don't know. I really like both of these Pokemon in their original forms, but their shiny forms to me are just not doing it. Moving on to Wimpod. I actually think this is cute. I like it. I'm gonna put it in B tier. And then Golisopod. It's not that different. They sort of, got rid of the purple and traded it, I guess, for like red and brown, which is kind of plain. It doesn't look bad. It's just not as exciting as Golisopod could be. Ooh, okay, Sandygast. Pretty freaking cool. I'm gonna say B tier. And then Palisand, I'm gonna put in A tier. I think like Black Sand just looks really cool. I like that the shovel on their head is yellow now because it just makes it stand out that much more. So yeah, I would say Sandygast and Palisand definitely got some good shinies. Pyukumuku. I don't hate it and I don't love it, so I guess B tier. Oh god, okay. I'm not wasting my time with like, what is it, like Null or something? I kind of hate that thing. It's so like, I kind of hate that it exists. I hate that I have to acknowledge it every time I come across Gen 7 because I feel like Gen 7 is such a good generation, but those things are just annoying to me. Moving on to Minior. So normally what it's like pink in this form. It's not bad. I'm going to say B tier. And then Komala is the same except the little trunk that it's holding on to is white and pink, which I don't really get. So I'm going to say actually D tier. I like Komala, but not the shiny. I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, Turtonator. This looks really cool. It almost makes it look like a ghost Pokemon to me just because of like the shade of green that they changed his like head and limbs to. I'm gonna say A tier. I really like that. Togedemaru. It's not very different. They changed its gray to like a beige, which I think looks worse. I'm gonna say D tier. Oh boy. Shiny Mimikyu, I think looks so freaking cool. I'm gonna say S tier. I looked up shiny Mimikyu before because I was considering doing a shiny hunt for it, and I just think it looks so cool. It looks like it's like on a sepia TV or something. I don't know, it just looks like something that would come out of some old like vintagey TV from back in the day. I think it looks really cool, so I'm gonna say shiny Mimikyu is an S tier. Ooh, Bruxish. Okay, I actually really like Bruxish. I like that it's a weird, ugly Pokemon. These colors are fine to me. I prefer Bruxish in its original colors, and so I'm gonna say C tier for this one because it does feel like a downgrade, but I do think the colors are interesting. Like they're not a boring change, but they're just not very, like, I just don't like them. Drampa. I'm gonna say the same with this. It's an interesting change and it's different, but it is a downgrade from the original form, and so yeah, I don't find it very exciting. Delmice. Ooh, this looks really cool. I like that they changed the seaweed from green to red because of what is the name of that red seaweed called? I like an as like Sangosa or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, A tier. I like it. Okay. Jangmo-O. I actually really like that they changed the heart on its head to pink. I think that is a very cute change. I'm gonna say B tier for this one. I'd say B tier for this as well. And then I'm willing to say Komodo S tier. I think that looks so freaking cool. It is a very flattering color palette that they put on it. I think it's a change that makes it look interesting, different, fresh from the original. And I think it, like, the change in the colors highlights its design very well. I think the scales look really cool in this color. So I'm going to say S tier. I really like it. There's like the island spirit protector things. I don't know. I only know about Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele, because those are the only two I've come across in the show so far. I do like these versions more than I like the originals. I like the addition of like more black into their color palette, so I'm willing to say yeah. So Tapu Koko B tier, Tapu Lele B tier, Tapu Bulu, yeah, I think a C tier, and then Tapu Fini is B tier. I think they look pretty cool in their shiny forms. I don't know if you can actually catch them like that, because like, aren't a lot of legendary shiny locked? I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my arse. Anyway, moving on. Cosmog. I like Cosmog, but this is exactly the same, is it not? Sorry, Cosmog. I really like it, but I would say D tier. And then I think they changed this from like being blue to red, which I don't like, so I'm going to say D tier as well. Ooh. Solgaleo. I don't like this, but it is very bright, so I'm going to say C tier. And then same with Lunala. Like, I guess if you conceptualize it as like a blood moon, it's kind of cool, but it looks more like stage curtains to me, and not in a good way. So yeah, I'm gonna say C tier for that. Nihilego. So from like a blue to a gold, that's kind of cool actually. It makes it look like something that you would like, what are those things called that you like hang in a baby's crib to like, and they spin around and play music? That's what it looks like. Buzzwole. Now, if you've seen my previous Gen 7 rankings, you'd know I'm a huge Buzzwole fan. I do not like this addition of this bright green. I'm gonna say it's a D tier. I really do not. Yeah, no, I don't enjoy it. I think maybe if they would have then changed the red to something else, like a blue, it would look better. But that bright green with the red just, in my mind, does not go very well. Paramosa. Ooh, so now it's like in black and white. I actually think that's pretty cool. It makes it look like those what do they call, like a noir film, like the black and white detective movies or whatever from back in the day. I don't know. That's I'm pulling references that I don't entirely know off the top of my head. Moving on to Xurkitree. Again, big fan of the name. Not the biggest fan of the shiny, but I don't think it's the worst. I'm gonna say C tier. Celesteela. Meh. Kartana. Meh. I don't know. I don't really like him. Guzzlord. Actually, kind of fun. I'm gonna say B tier. And then these are like the weird like combo ones, right? I don't know. Do I care? I'm not gonna do those. These are kind of like, I mean, they look really cool. Whatever. I'll just, because I don't know what to call them, but I like how they look aesthetically. And then what is this? I've never seen that in my life, but I don't like it, so I'm gonna say D tier. And then Necrozma. Again, meh. I don't know. Majarna. It looks worse, so I'm gonna say D tier. Marshadow looks the same, so D tier, unfortunately. Poiple. Well, okay. So normally this thing, which is named Poiple, is purple, but it makes it sound like I'm saying it with an accent, but it's not Poiple anymore. It's yellow. I don't know. Anyway, I kind of like how it looks. I'm gonna say B tier. And then Naganadel. It looks like a B, which I think is what it is originally modeled after. So I'm gonna say B tier. It looks pretty cool. I don't like the Staccatica. I don't like it. I don't like it in gold either. And then Blacephalon. I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty cool. I'm gonna say A tier. I actually really like that. Originally, I think it's white, but they made it a dark blue, and it looks like a carnival ride, but at night. So I don't know, for that reason. Zera Aura. Originally yellow. I actually think this looks pretty cool. I'm gonna say B tier. Meltan. I'm not sure if I've ever really liked Meltan or Melmetal, and I don't think these are much better, so I'm gonna say C tier for those. Although the art does not match at all, but I think because they're like a Pokemon Go thing or something, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. Shiny Alolan Rattata. What a mouthful. I'll be honest, don't hate it. Rattata and Raticate can go into C tier. And then Alolan Raichu. I think this is very cute, very charming. I'm going to say A tier. Sandshrew and Sandslash. Isn't this just what they look like? I say C tier, and then maybe, or D tier and then C tier for this one, because I don't think Sandshrew looks the same, but I think Sandslash is a little different. Vulpix and Ninetales barely look different. Unfortunately, okay, we'll put you in C tier. Ew. I like Alolan Diglett and Dugtrio, but this version looks weird. Yeah, we're leaving that in D tier. Ew, I hate Alolan Meowth and Alolan Persian. I hate their dumb, especially Persian's dumb, stupid face. And I don't like this any better than the purple version, so I'm going to say C tier. I think they can both go into C tier. Geodude. So originally it's like this bluish, grayish, and now it's orange. I don't know. Graveler and Golem can all go in C tier. No. Yeah, I'm not... I'm not enjoying, like, I love the Alolan versions of the Gen 1 Pokemon, but these are like, their shiny forms are kind of boring. I'm not really enjoying them. Does Marowak look different, or is that just what Marowak looks like? It's like, not that different. I don't know. I'll bump him to B, because I guess like the tummy is darker. I don't know. This is how I feel. This is where I land. The end got a little messy there just because I feel like this generation has way too many legendary or mythical adjacent whatever Pokemon, and then the fact that they like combine, and I don't know. I kind of don't like that, because it's hard for me to what am I look like? Hard for me to form an opinion on something that is like the combination of two different things, and it doesn't exist as a Pokemon on its own. I don't know. Anyway, let's scroll back up and see if anyone needs to get bumped up. I am strongly considering it for Toucannon, Crabominable, and Shiny Raichu. But I think my S tier as it is really strong, and I don't think I need to crowd it up for no reason. So this is it. This is, the official Shiny Gen 7 tier list let's get started with none other than Grookey, who unfortunately I do think looks nearly the same, if not worse. All they did was change the base color green to a lighter color, which I think is the opposite of flattering, and so I think that's it's disappointing to say the least. And then moving on to Thwacky, which if you have seen any of my previous tier lists, you would know that I do not like Thwacky. I would go as far as to say I consider Thwacky an abomination. However, this yellow color that they have changed his body to, like a more saturated yellow, I think is actually kind of flattering, and so I'm going to say C tier. Now, Rillaboom's green is usually like this color, and I'll admit, I think it looks better. This one's kind of, it's not awful, but I would say it's a downgrade from the original color palette. Now, we move on to Scorbunny. All they did was lighten up the orange, which I do think it's cute. It reminds me of the like line of plushies that are like the sleep time plushies or whatever. I don't know. They're just like more like cutesy looking, and that's what that reminds me of. So actually I'm going to put it in B tier. Now, I do not enjoy the introduction of gray into this color palette. I think oftentimes it can be an effective color to use, but in this case, I do not think so. And so, Raboot, I would go as far as to say D tier, and then Scorbunny in C, or not Scorbunny, Cinderace in C. I don't know. I wish they would have done something more bold, and like black I think would have looked cool, but I don't know. And I get it. Like going from white to black, like in a shiny Pokemon is like it's an easy switch to provide a lot of contrast from its original look, but gray just felt weird in this case. Now, Sobble, who happens to be my personal favorite from these starters, actually has a great, evolution line when it comes to the shinies. I'm excited to do these. Now, what's different about this is, well, obviously they changed the color of the body a bit and everything, but what excites me is this introduction of pink, which I think looks really cute. So Sobble is going in A tier. I'll admit, Drizzile has never stood out to me, but for whatever reason with pink hands, I think it looks very cute, so I'm going to put it in A tier. And here we go. Inteleon is our first S tier of the Gen 8 shinies. I think it looks great. Again, the pop of pink is, I don't know, I just think it looks so cool. I think it complements the design very well. I think it makes the individual elements of the design stand out a lot more than the yellow did. So for that reason, S tier. Now, normally I am not the biggest fan of Squovit and Greedent, and I would go as far as to blame Arvin for that. But in this case, I think their shinies are very cute. So I'm going to say Squovit is a B tier, and this feels completely out of character for me, but I'm going to say Greedent is A tier. I think it looks like, how can I describe this? You know those, like those Valentine's Day chocolates that'll have like, I think it'll be like raspberry in it. I don't know. It sort of reminds me of like a maybe coffee flavored raspberry. Like it reminds me of something you would see in a box of chocolates is what I'm trying to get at. And I think it looks very cute. Like it's the standout piece of chocolate, not like the typical, oh, all the pieces look brown, but like the one where you're like, oh, what's that one? I hope that what I'm saying makes sense. But anyway, moving on to Rookidee. Oh, this looks bad. I'm not like the biggest fan of the color blue, so it would have been an easy layup in my eyes to have changed this to uh, anything else, but somehow they picked beige. I don't know. I think it looks bad. Now, Corvus Squire, I would say it is, you know, better. So let's say C tier. However, Corvette Knight, I think this looks so cool. I'm saying it's an S tier. I before am not sure if I even, you know, had recognized that like tuft that he has on his chest, and this like warm gray makes it look like this like strong metal that he's made out of. I don't know. I think it looks so freaking cool. You know, I don't know what it is about Corvin Knight. I feel myself sort of liking him more and more, and I think this definitely has made me a fan of Corvin Knight. So S tier. Okay, Blipbug. That looks eerily similar to what it already looks like, and I'm having a hard time noticing what's different. Is this a little bow tie? I think it's more purple. I think it's. I don't like Blipbug normally, but I think this is fine. I'll put it in B. Now, these two, Dottler and Orbeetle, normally do not like them. I actually think in purple they look very cute. So I'm gonna say B tier, and then Orbeetle. I'm like, I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna say S tier. I think that looks so cool. I think it makes it like, since it has that UFO look, I think like the purple and pink makes it look like a cartoony alien. I don't know. I just love how it looks. I think it looks great. Again, Orbeetle is just not one of those Pokemon that stands out to me, but it really is in this moment. So S tier. Now, Thievul, or no, Nickit. I get them confused. Nickit and Thievul, very similar color palettes, so I'm gonna probably rank them similarly. But I will say I like it better on Thievul, so I'm gonna say Nickit in B tier and Thievul in A. I am honestly impressed by how much I am enjoying the Gen 8 shinies. This looks like, I think, like the most top heavy I've made any of my tier lists so far. So, you know, shout out to Gen 8 for actually making good shinies. Now, we move on to Gossifleur, a Pokemon that, again, normally not that interesting to me. This case, I like it. I think it looks cute. B tier. And then Eldegoss. I love this change from the green to the pink. I don't know. It looks like it would, like a plant that would bear fruit. Like it's in the process of flowering to then bear fruit. I love it. I'm gonna say A tier. Oh, Wooloo and Double. Okay, Wooloo is adorable, lovable, rolls around, very cute. I love this change. They just switched the colors around. I'm going to say A tier, and then I would say A tier as well for Double. I think they're both very cute. I'm almost like, I would say Thievul, Eldegoss, and Double are all like nearly S tier, but I don't know. There's just like something extra that I wish they had that, you know, my current S tiers where I'm just like, oh, this is, you know, complete upgrade and it looks awesome. While I like these, it's just not like, it doesn't make me feel that level of like, whoa, like this is so cool. Moving on to Choodle. I think this is kind of boring. And I don't like the color either. I do think Dreadnought looks, I was gonna say interesting, but I think the word that I was actually looking for is worse. Yamper. So I guess they made the like light brown just more warm and like pinkish reddish. That looks bad. I'm gonna say D tier. And then Boltund, again, another Pokemon that I don't entirely care for. and I do think this is worse. So I'm gonna say D tier. Ooh, okay. Getting into none other than Roly Coly, who has been changed to more of a blue, which I actually think looks fun. I like it. I'm gonna say B tier. Carkol, I'm gonna also say B tier, and then Colossal. I don't know, they all feel the same to me. They're all B tier. Okay, this one I am very excited about because I think Applin is a very cute Pokemon as is, but changing it to a green apple is such a simple but cute change. It's another one of those moments. I'm gonna say A tier, and then for me, Flapple, because it's continuing with the green apple design, I'm going to say S tier because I really like it. I think it looks very cute. And then Appleton, I'll put in A tier. So I think it's kind of obvious, that Flapple is my favorite, but I love how this looks. And I'm hoping that this design carries on with Dragapple. I'm, fingers crossed when we get to that point, which I guess would be the next and last tier list for a while. Okay, moving on to Silicobra. It's not all that different. I think the eyes are a different color, and I think they changed this part. It's fine. It doesn't look bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that excited about it, and same with Sandaconda. Again, love the name, but kind of underwhelming Pokemon overall. It does look like a shotgun barrel, but anyway. The love of my life, none other than Cramorant. I think this is very cute, very charming. I'm going to say A tier. Now, I'm sure if you saw my previous videos, you would say, oh, I thought an orange Cramorant would be an easy S tier. Yes, but I almost wish, I think that the detail that is keeping it an A tier for me is that I wish the eyes were not green. I understand that that's the like normal color for Cramorant's eyes when it's blue, but I think changing it to something else would have made the green or the orange look better. But green and orange to me aren't my favorite color combination. So as much as I love the orange, I don't love the eye color. So that's what's keeping it an A. Aracuda. I hate to say it. Normally this Pokemon I would never pay any attention to. I do not care about. But in this case, I think it looks really cute. I don't know what to say. Now Barraskewda, unfortunately, suffers the it looks kind of the same syndrome, but still looks cute. I'm going to say B tier. Now, this I am very excited by, very amused. I love it. Toxel is an easy S tier shiny. I think the change from purple to pink, very cute, very simple. I don't know how to describe this part of it, but like the diaper part of Toxel is now purple, which feels true to its original color palette, but I think this is very cute. And I would go as far as to say I would consider doing a shiny hunt for Toxel because I think it's very cute. Now, Toxtricity, I think these look good. I like them, but I almost wish they, and it would have been hard, I guess, since they did go with like blue and yellow to, I think, distinguish male and female. Is that I don't know. Anyway, but I don't like the blue and the yellow with this like raspberry color as much, because I like it on Toxel because it's combined with white, which I think is a complementary color, or not complementary in the like color theory sense, but in the sense that it complements it. But yeah, I'm gonna say both of those are B tier. Now we move on to this little cutie, Sizzlepede. I can see that they changed his back color to blue. Gotta say, I'm a little underwhelmed. I'm going to say C tier. However, I think Scorch looks really cool. And I know that I just put Sizzlepede in C tier for the exact same color palette change, but this just like really makes it look like a dragon to me. I'm gonna say S tier, Scorch. I don't know, I think it looks really cool. It looks like, I don't know, it just looks more like a dragon to me, which I think makes it look cool. I really like it. I know I keep saying this where it's like the change in the color makes like individual features stand out, but I think sometimes when a Pokemon has too many similar colors in its design sort of gets lost where you can't distinguish one detail from another. But with the shinies, sometimes they do a good job of changing the color of a particular feature where now it really stands out. And for me, in this case, it's Scorch's like little feet and his like pincer fang thing. I think normally they sort of blended in, but now they really stand out, which I really enjoy. Clobbopus. I love Clobbopus. I think it is one of the cutest Pokemon in existence. This looks terrible. I do not like it one bit. Sorry, but D tier. Grapploct, I actually think looks not that bad. I'm gonna say B tier. I never thought the day would come where I would, rank Grapploct above Clobbopus, but here we are. Oh, okay. Sinistea and Poltegeist. So we changed the color of the dishes from blue to pink, which I think is very charming, very cute. I'm gonna say B tier for this, and then A tier for Poltegeist. I get them confused. But I think Poltegeist was almost an S tier, but I think I would have enjoyed seeing the like ghosty ghouly part be a different color as well. But still very cute, very charming, and I'll always love his little arm grabbing onto the broken piece of the handle to substitute the handle itself. So anyway, moving on to Hatena. I actually like this more muted color palette. I'm gonna say A tier. I would put Hatcham in A tier. No, let's do B tier, A tier, and then is Hatterene. No, I'm gonna say no. That's A tier for me. I actually think the color change complements Hatcham the most, and so I'm gonna put these two in B tier. But I do like the change in color. I don't know if it entirely feels better than the original, which is why I think I'm kind of having a hard time having a fixed opinion. But I do enjoy it. Ooh, oh my gosh, I love this. Impidimp. This is so cute. I gotta say it. This is an S tier. Impidimp looks so funny. Very cute. I like the change in the color palette. It's nearly completely different, which I appreciate. It almost looks like, he has a wrestling mask on. I don't know. I think it looks very fun, very cute, very in line with his weird little like goblin gremlin energy. Very, very, very likable. And then we move on to Morgrim, who I also very much enjoy. I'm going to say A tier, and then we got to be kidding ourselves. Grimmsnarl is S tier. It is very, very, very rare that I put more than one Pokemon from an individual evolution line in S tier. But I mean, look at them. They're so different from each other. I do appreciate, however, that small little like patch right there of blue that is consistent from Impidimp. So I very much appreciate that, but they really knocked it out of the park. I love how Grimmsnarl looks. It looks nearly like a new Pokemon to me. I love it. Now, we move on to Galarian Zigzagoon, who normally I do not like that much, but in this case, I think it's actually kind of cute. I'm going to say A tier, and then I don't like Linoon as much. I don't like its pointy little tongue. I think I'm willing to forgive it on Zigzagoon because it's curved, but this is sort of like, put that back in your mouth. I don't want to see that. Okay, did this person put him out of order or something? Berserker. Wait, no, that's not Berserker. This is Berserker. They've got me all confused. Okay, let me just do that. Moving on to Obstagoon. I never thought I would say it. Obstagoon is S tier. That looks cool. I can't deny it. It looks like, I don't know, it looks more fun than the original. It reminds me of those like 4th of July, like rocket pop things. Like if you live in the US, I hope you know what I'm talking about. But I don't know. I really like it. I think it looks cool. I'm not even like a big like, oh, well, 4th of July person, and I don't particularly love red, white, and blue as like a color palette, but I think in this case it looks really cool. I like the really bright saturated blue. So yeah, I'm gonna say S tier. I don't think I've ever packed an S tier this much, but I mean, Gen 8 is just like a really, really, really good cohort of shinies. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, Alolan Corsola. I don't like it. I'm gonna say D tier. Okay, back to Alolan Meowth, who is not Berserker. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I'm gonna say C tier. Do I think this is better than the original? I actually don't. So I'm gonna say D tier. Alolan Farfetch'd. Is this not exactly the same? Or is it just darker? I don't know. I'm gonna say D tier. If I have like that hard of a time distinguishing any difference, I just don't think it's that good, if I'm being honest. Now we move on to Cursula. I think this is another case of like, it looks worse. Cursula is normally all white. I would have said just go with all this, like, with this charcoal color. I do like the change of the eye color from, I think it's normally pink, but in this case it's purple. So I like it, but I don't like this, even though it feels like a callback to normal Corsola. I don't know, a D tier. I don't like it. Oh god, this cursed thing, I hate it. I don't even want to talk about it. D. Surfetched. So from white to yellow. I'm gonna say I actually really like this because it makes it look like a duck to me. So B tier. What is this thing called? Okay, I had to look it up. This is the mask, and what they changed was the eye color. I do think it's kind of cute, but it's kind of, no, I'm gonna say B. I like it. Sue me. Mr. Rhyme. I think the face on its belly is cute, but I hate the eyes up here. It makes it look like insidious and not well. But do I like this better than the original? Actually, yes. It makes it look like Mr. Rhyme taken in an old photograph. Like the colors are all like desaturated and vintagey looking and aged. I don't know, I kind of like it. Oh, interesting. Alolan Ponyta. So normally it's pink and blue, right? This is cute, but it's not outstanding to me. So I'm going to say Galarian Shiny Ponyta. and Rapidash are B tier. Okay, now we have Alolan Weezing. This is kind of boring. Unfortunately, nah, I'll put it in C tier. Oh god, what is this dumb thing's name? Stunfisk. I hate this thing so much, and this still looks stupid. It will always be a personal, pleasure of mine to put Stunfisk in D. That is like probably one of my least favorite Pokemon of all time. Now we move on to Darumaka. Okay. So normally this part is blue and now it's green, which seems to be the only thing that changed. I think it's kind of cute actually. So I'm going to say B tier. And then Darmanitan in this version, I'll also say B tier. And then I think they just changed the color of the gloves to like a brighter red, which is, I actually think it's kind of cute. I'm going to say B tier. Now, we move on to, I would say, a weird looking, but kind of cool Pokemon, Runerigus. I think they just made the like stone part lighter colored, which I don't think is that bad. I'm gonna say B tier. Okay. Milcery. This looks like Milcery with its soul sucked out of it, which is a weird choice to like go creepy with Milcery, but I almost respect it, so I'm gonna say A tier. I don't know. I actually kind of like it. Alchemy, and shout out to the person who made this tier list, because usually sometimes they'll include all versions of Alchemy and I hate doing it, but this looks bad. I almost think I'm trying to think of like is it like a lemon meringue pie where sometimes people will like torch the frosting in order to give it like this like browning color. I think they could have went with that, but just to go gray, it's again similar to Cinderace and Raboot. It's just weird. It just doesn't go. Phalanx. I feel neutral about this. I don't think it looks worse. I don't think it looks better. I think it's just fine. Pinkerton. Listen, all they did was change his balls to like from yellow to orange, but I think it looks so cute. Like it's such an effective change, and I actually really like it. And I think, no, are the colors of the ends of his spikes different? I don't know. I like it. Sue me, take me to court, serve me papers. If you're that upset about it, you know what to do. As always, my legal team's contact info will be in the description. Snom. This looks bad. I hate to say it. I love Snom. I would say Snom has become a meaningful Pokemon in my life, but that looks awful. I'm sorry. D tier. Frostmoth. I actually think this is kind of cute. It reminds me of this version of Darmanitan, and so I'll say B tier. It's interesting. It's not great, but it's not bad. So, Stonjourner. They made him darker, which I think is actually kind of cute. I'm going to say B tier. I feel like I am crowding B tier a little bit too much. Ice Cube. I don't like this version of it, and it being pink is kind of not that bad, so I'm going to say C tier. And then this version of Ice Cube, it almost looks like pink lemonade to me, which I think looks very cute. I'm going to say A tier. Never did I think I would put Ice Cube that high, but very charming. I like it. Indeedy. Meh. I'm not even sure. I know that they changed the color of its like croissant, ear, hair tuft things, but and its body, but it's just I don't think I would even notice that's shiny if I came across it. Like in a game like Violet and Scarlet where they don't add a shiny sound or a shiny effect, I don't think I would have noticed. Morpeko. What's different about it? D tier. They made it lighter in color, and oddly enough, I don't like it, so D tier. Cufant and Caparaja, they just tinted them yellow. D tier for these two, sorry. And they have such interesting patterns. They could have done something fun with it, but they went very boring. Alright, now we get to the fossil Pokemon of this generation, which I am not a fan of. I think they are weird, but these shiny forms, I gotta say it, are very pleasing. I'm gonna say Drakazalt is A tier. This, not so much. I'm gonna say C tier. Dracovish. B tier. And then this one's C tier. Arctovish. Yeah. That's I think higher than I've ever put them. I'll actually say A tier for that one too. I like this pattern that they both have. The combination of those colors is very nice. Duraludon. More like, can we move on? Because this is boring. Yeah, this is another one where I think I'd have a hard time telling it shiny. I can tell that the metal is more silvery gray than white, and this is slightly different, but it's kind of boring. I say C tier. Dreepy. What is different? I think like bluer head, greener body, yellow this. Meh. Boring. Same with Dracloak. And unfortunately Dragapult. I noticed that these little things tucked in there so funny to me. I think it's always going to be so cute. But this being changed to yellow and the tail tip color being changed, I think it's not enough. It's, again, a very interesting Pokemon, very fun, but that's just boring. I don't know what to say. I always get these two confused. I think this is Zacian and this is Zamazenta. I'm not gonna lie, they look a lot cuter in these forms. I'm gonna say B for Zacian and B for Zamazenta. I think that's the highest that I've ever ranked those two, so don't say I'm I don't know. I'm fair is what I'm trying to get at. And then we move on to Eternatus, which is also kind of more pink. I'll say B tier. I'm realizing though now that this one doesn't have the DLC like Regidrago and Regieleki. Maybe I'll just, include pictures of them and where I would have put them, their shiny versions, but I didn't realize that that they weren't included in this tier list when I started recording, and well, now I'm at the end, so what can I do? But yeah, this is my tier list. Looking at S tier and A tier just makes me feel so content, and I did not expect Gen 8. I think I've been on record calling Gen 8 you know, uh, probably one of the worst generations of Pokemon, but their shinies knocked it out of the park, you know, and proved me wrong. So let's get started with none other than Sprigatito, who unfortunately does commit the worst crime in my book when it comes to shiny Pokemon, which is looking nearly identical to its original form, which leads it to be a D tier shiny. Yes, I notice the eyes are purple and not pink, blah blah blah. Unfortunately, Florigato faces the same fate, and I'm gonna put Meowscarada in C tier just because the purple, what do you call that, like neck frilly spikes choker, I don't know what it is. It is more visible in the design, so I'm willing to compromise here, but not very amused, especially coming after Gen 8, which was a very exciting generation of shinies. Moving on to Fuecoco, who is still relatively similar, but has a bit of a pinker color, which I find kind of cute, but I do not particularly love. I'm going to say B tier. And then for Crocolore, it looks more like a light brick color, which I still am not the biggest fan of. So I'm going to say C tier. And then I actually like that Skeledirge is this bright, would fluorescent be the right word? Like this bright pink. I don't know. It just looks really cool. I'm going to say A tier. Surprisingly, I didn't. I was, obviously when I open up these pages, I inevitably, my eye ends up scanning the Pokemon, and usually it's the starters that I get a first impression of, and I was like, oh boy, this gen's starter shinies are kind of boring. Which brings us to none other than Quaxley, who I would say is like noticeably lighter. I think it's kind of cute. I want to say B. It kind of, makes him look more like a baby Quaxwell. I think Quaxwell's like darker color suited him. This looks kind of creepy to me. I'm gonna say C tier. And then Quaquaval just looks like maybe you didn't, like, you put Quaquaval in the like washer and dryer, and you didn't use the right settings, and so its color's faded. Like maybe you used too warm of water, I don't know, like really hot. You didn't follow the instructions on the tag when you washed your Quaquaval, and this is what happened to it. So is it C tier, B tier? No, it's B tier. It's actually kind of cute. It looks like, I don't know, like a faded vintage shirt. Anyway, surprisingly, Lechonk is actually very, very, very cute in this color. I did not like Lechonk. I thought it was kind of weird looking, but this is adorable. I'm going to say A tier. I still find Oinkalone, I don't know how to say this name, Oinkalone. I think it's creepy looking. I just don't like its face. But these are cuter colors, and so admittedly, I don't like the bright pink in this aspect. I know I praised it in Skeledirge, but it just doesn't look good in this design, and so that's, how it played out. Now we have the Dunsparce, who, also this does not feel like the right order for these Pokemon, but, I'll take them as they come. I'm grateful for whoever made this tier list. The Dunsparce, so instead of like the typical, what is it, like a blue-green, what would you call that, like a teal? It's pink, which I think is cute. It's not like revolutionary in my mind. I know, usually something gets turned to pink and I'm like, oh, that looks so cute, but meh, I don't know. Now, Another Pokemon that I felt kind of neutral about, but I think this is a great upgrade. Tarantula, I think, looks very cute, and it's like red ball and blue, grayish. I don't know, just it kind of like almost looks like the Spider-Man colors, which I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't even really like superhero movies, like Marvel stuff, so that doesn't really move the needle for me, but I think it looks cool, is what I'm trying to, get at. Oh boy. But this creep weirdo Spidops, do I think it looks better than its original version? Yes, but I still don't really like it, so I'm gonna say C tier. Oh, Paldean Wooper, that is so cute. It almost looks, it's not exactly the same because this is more like a purpley, like I would say like a mix between lavender and periwinkle. Whereas I would say Paldean or normal Wooper is just like a light blue. This is very cute. I'm gonna say A tier. I like it with the pink coming out of its head. And then Clodsire. I kind of wish I could have saw it with its little like tentacle things. I don't know what they are, like spikes jutted out, because I think it would have given me more to like work with. So I'm gonna say B tier. We then move on to Nimble, which I have a shiny low kicks, but I did not catch it as a Nimble. It was already a low kicks when I ran into it, and I think this is kind of cuter, but I still don't love it that much. I'm gonna say C tier. And then low kicks, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate it. I think it's such like a stupid looking Pokemon, and maybe it's supposed to look like it kind of reminds me of, what are they called, like those big robot things, like they're called like Gundams. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but it kind of looks like a grasshopper version of that, which I guess is like theoretically could look cool, but I don't know, it just doesn't really speak to me, so I don't really like it. Relor, so we turned its little poo-poo ball into gold, which I don't care actually, so I'm gonna say C tier. I don't like how it looks. I like gold as a metal, but I don't like how it looks here. It just doesn't, I don't know, I don't like it. Rapska, so it turned gold. I liked it better blue. I don't know. They're both kind of underwhelming for me. I don't think they're that exciting of Pokemon to begin with, so I think that's why I'm sort of feeling or having this lackluster reaction to them, because I just think they're not that exciting, and the color change didn't help. Grievard. This looks significantly worse. And so does Houndstone. Like, it looks like, I know what kind of like dog they're supposed to look like, and it looks like those dogs, but if they were like really dirty and not taken care of, and it kind of, I don't like that. So, respectfully, D tier. Then we move on to Flittle, which I think they changed the color of its second little like wavy frill thing. I don't know, I'm not that excited by it. I'm gonna say C tier. And then Espathra, who got a very changed this thing to darker color, which I think is pretty, oh no, because they did the same thing on the bottom half of this one. Okay, I actually like this a little more, so I'm gonna say B tier for shiny Espathra. We then move on to none other than Tinkatink, who, instead of having a purple hammer, has a bronze one. I'm gonna say B tier. Tinkatuff I'll put in C tier, and then Tinkaton. I mean, it's just the hammer that I'm judging at this point. I'll put it in B tier as well, because it looks kind of cool. The hammer looks cool in bronze. I can't deny it. We then move on to Farigiraf. This looks very, very, very cool. I like that they went with more saturated, brighter red. And then I don't know if they darkened the like head thing. I don't know what to call this. The thing with the spikes on it. And then they made its nose blue. They lightened the yellow and made it a just like white. I don't know. I like this. I'm gonna say S tier. Fergraph is our first S tier of the Gen 9 Chinese. So we finally got one. We then move on to a very near and dear favorite of mine, Wiglet, which I think looks very cute, very adorable. I am, however, seeing Wugtrio and think it's a lot cuter, so I'm going to say B tier for Wiglet, and for Wugtrio, to no one's surprise, S tier. I think that is very cute. I think the change from like a reddish pink to blue and then changing the nose color to yellow, I think it's very cute. It's very adorable. It still feels like coral reefy, you know, like it would exist there. So I like it. I'm gonna say S tier. Oh, very surprising. A Pokemon who, you know, caused me a lot of trouble. Dondozo, whatever. I think this looks very different, so I'll give it that. I do think it looks worse. So I'm going to say C tier. We then move on to Veluza, Vaulton Veluza. This it looks cooler. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to say B tier. I like it. I usually don't care for Veluza, but shiny Veluza, pretty cool. We then move on to another shiny that I actually do have, which is Finizen. Well, oh wait. Huh? Oh no, it's like, this is Finizen, this is Palafin, and then this is alternate form Palafin, right? Like, is that how it works? I forget. I don't think, or did I? I don't know if I turned my Finizen into a Palafin, but anyway, I do have one. I think it's cute. I don't think it's like, I was thrilled when I got it, but, you know, the more that I sit with it, I'm like, they could have went with a color that wasn't blue. So I'm going to say B tier. I mean, this one looks nearly the same, just with a heart on its chest, so I'll put it in B tier. But I actually think, like hero form Palafin looks really cool in this dark version, so I'm going to say A tier for this. We then move on to, which I'm laughing because I am coming to the realization of what this change is, which Smoliv has had its olive color changed to a black olive instead of a green olive, which I think is very cute. I think it is a very minor but charming change. I'm going to say A tier. I think that is adorable to change the olive color to another existing olive color. I think that's very cute. I actually like this one more, so let's say Dolive and A tier, Smoliv and... No, I lied. That's how they go. And then, this one already had dark olives though, so they didn't really change much. D tier. But anyway, I do think the change for Smoliv and Olive to have darker olives I thought was very, very, very adorable. We then move on to Charcadet. Is like eye color different? It's just blue. I'm gonna give it a big old meh D tier. I don't know. Oh, blue eyes are... It looks kind of cute, like blue flames. I don't know. Armorogue. Again, just the eyes. Well, the eyes are even smaller on it, so I don't know. Cerulege. Is it just the eyeball? Oops. Is it just the eyeballs that they change on these things? That is so lame. Cerulege has such a cool design. I like it so much, and I think this is so boring. What a shame. D tier. This thing looks so funny. We have none other than Capsicid, which is just lighter in color and makes it look like a baby chick, which I think is kind of silly. I'm going to put it in B tier. First go villain. That looks worse. I'm gonna say C tier. We then move on to little old cutie Tadbulb. So it's just yellow instead of green. No, it was already yellow. Bellybolt was the green one. So what's different about you, my friend? I think the only thing that's different is like the little accent colors are a little bit more saturated. It doesn't look bad, it's just boring. So I'm gonna say C tier. And now Bellybolt is now completely yellow, which I don't think helps with its design with the little face. I'm gonna say D tier. That looks really bad. I'm sorry. I like Bellybolt and I think its original design is really cute, but they just sort of like, is the word confiscated? I'm gonna say that's the word, but it caused confusion is what I'm trying to get at with the design because you can't make it out. Whatever. Anyway, we move on to Tauros, Paldean Tauros, which all look the same, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just D tier those three. You know, they're I like them. I liked the Paldean Tauros. I'm not a hater, don't get me wrong, but it's just sort of like when I have to like really look and be like, well, what is it? What's different? I sort of am like, okay, you know, do me a favor, don't waste my time. So instead of silver, it's like a light gold. I wouldn't say it's bronze. It's like maybe like I don't know. I don't like it. And same thing for Revavroom. I don't know. It's kind of like meh. Oh, Orthworm. This is actually very, very, very cute. This is a very cute color change. I'm going to say A tier. I was considering putting it in S tier, but I think it's just an A. But that is very adorable. I really like it. Oh, dang it. Okay, so Tandemouse and Mousehold unfortunately look exactly the same. But I do love these guys. But come on, like, what, like, what am I supposed to judge here? What am I supposed to critique? They're not giving me anything to work with. So, unfortunately, womp womp, D tier. Satadol, which is gray instead of white, and then red, pinkish instead of like the purple pinkish, like orange. I don't know. It's fine. I would say B tier, but I actually really like shiny Satitan, so I'm going to say A tier. I think that looks really cool. We then move on to, what is this little thing's name? Like Frigibax? Or Frigib? No, it's got to be Frigibax. Which I think this is supposed to look like a, crap, I always forget the word for those. Let's just rank them while so instead of, they changed the color of its little arm flappies. I'm sorry, but is it lighter in color? I don't know. D tier looks bad. Arctibax. I guess B tier. It's like kind of cuter than the original colors, and then Bexcalibur. D tier. I don't. Kaiju. I think that's the word I was looking for. Anyway, yeah, no, sorry. I just think they're ugly Pokemon to begin with. So, Tatsugiri. I thought there was already white Tatsugiris. Am I wrong? I think I'm just confused because Tatsugiri already come in so many different colors, and so I don't know. I don't remember if white was one of them. Okay, I looked it up real quick, and there was a Reddit post that said, in all caps, shiny Tatsugiri finally explained, and I see the differences now. So this one's supposed to be like the yellow one. This one is the pink one, and this one is, no, this is the yellow one. This is the orange one, this is the pink one. Anyway, now that I see it, I do think this is actually really cute. I'm gonna say A tier. And then this one gets, I mean, it looks like one of the original forms. I'm going to say C tier. And then this one is actually, again, also cute. I'm going to say B tier. So I was almost gonna just throw them all in like a C tier and say, I don't know, but I didn't want to be lazy. I thought, you know what, you have your phone here, you just look it up. We then move on to Cyclozar, who's like, I don't know, more like a clay color, which I think is actually kind of cool. Let me say B tier. Ooh, these are so freaking cute. We have Pommy, Pomot. No, Pommy, Pomo, and Pomot. Oh my gosh, okay, Pommy. Easy A tier, that is adorable. And then Pomo, which I think is noticeably lighter, and I think very, very, very cute. I'm gonna say it S tier. I don't even really care for Pomo or Pommy or Pomot that much, but these are freaking adorable. I like them so much. And then Pomot, right along there, A tier. This was such a cute one. When I was doing my shiny hunting videos for Scarlet and Violet, Pommy, the whole Pommy line didn't even cross my mind as something that I would want to shiny hunt. But now, in light of this discovery, I think I might. We then move on to, what is it, Wattrel and Kilowattrel? Yes. So they're more like brown reddish instead of blue blackish. That's how I feel. I don't know. I was at a beach recently and there was a lot of like, not a lot, but there was like the occasion, a pelican flew like right in front of me, which I thought was so freaking cool. And then I went to a bird sanctuary and they had like 3 different types of pelicans. It was amazing. Anyway, I think I'm just thinking. I just end my sentence there. I think I'm just thinking. But I think I'm just thinking of like, thinking more positively of birds and ones that live near the ocean. We then move on to Bombardier. Bombardier? I'm going to say Bombardier, which is all white, except for the black on its wings. I would say pretty cool. It almost looked like they just like ran it through a black and white filter, and I think that looks cool. Oh boy, these little troublemakers, which I kind of wish they wouldn't have put all 4 of the Squawkabilly colors, considering the change in color is the same between all of them, which is just pink beak, pink poof on head, and pink claws. Okay. I think the best looking one, I think, is the blue one. So I'm going to say A tier for this one. B, C, and C. There you go. See, I am capable of doing it. I can do it, guys. Flamigo, which is a very... Oh, I also saw flamingos. Okay, sorry. I'll shut up. But, I love flamingos. And I love Flamigo. This isn't bad, but I don't, think it's incredible. I like the original better, so I'm just going to say B tier. Oh, cloth. This is actually so freaking cute. I would have never imagined or thought to put cloth in like a light blue. I don't know, it almost looks like it and I mean this as a compliment, but it almost looks like it belongs in a circus. It's so adorable and so I don't know, it looks like it's about to put on a show. I don't know, for me, shiny cloth, S tier, baby. I would go to that circus, is what I'm saying. Oh, the Garganackle and other Ackles and, of that variety, they are more orange. I think it's kind of makes them look like they're from the desert, which I guess is kind of cool. But I think I feel just let's say, I actually like this one, so I'm going to say A tier. That actually looks kind of cool the more that I look at it. Yeah, I'm going to say that. How it played out is how I arranged them pretty quickly. It just was on, the whim. But we move on to Glimmet. So it's a brighter blue, and then this is a different color. I actually think this is very cute. I'm going to say A tier. And for Glamora, I actually now want a shiny one. Those look really cool. And it's a really cool Pokemon in general. I don't know, I really like it. Then we move on to these pesky little things. Strudel and Grafaiai. Its eyes and its tongue are different. I like it less. I'm gonna say C tier, and then Grafaiai looks way different, and I'm sorry to say it, but I almost think for worse. I do like the white with like the red surrounding the eyes. I think that's very cool, but the rest of the colors that changed almost like muddy up the design. And I hope this doesn't sound pretentious, but like it almost feels as though my eyes don't have anywhere to land when it comes to its design. I feel like it's all over the place and I don't know what. Like nothing draws attention and nothing complements each other or contrasts in an interesting way. So unfortunately, D tier. We then move on to Fido and Darkspun. Fido, they're just like a little, like it was put in the oven a little longer, which is kind of cute. I'll say B tier, and then I'm like nearly contemplating putting that in S tier. It just looks so cute. I actually didn't really care for Darkspawn, but now I do. So I don't know, that's like so adorable. I like it better than the yellow that it usually has, so I'll say A tier. Oh, then we move on to, the less cuter dogs of this generation, Mastiff and Mastiff. I think this is cuter than the original color, so I'm going to say B tier. I had so much sympathy for Arvin's Mastiff, but I think it's just like a creepy look. It just looks like it has like an old man's face on it, which is kind of off-putting. But yeah, Bramblin, which I'm surprised I remember its name so well because it's such a unmemorable, weird Pokemon. I don't know, D tier barely looks different. I wouldn't tell. This, I can tell it's a little different. I'll say C tier. You guys, if you watched my video, and if you haven't, come on, go watch it, please. Pretty please. Please, please, please. I'm begging, please, please. None other than tell it's cool. You guys know all the work I put into catching this thing. Of course, it's an S tier. There's no question. It looks so cute. It looks so silly. I love it. Now, Toadscruel. Don't hate it, but don't love it as much. I'm going to say B tier. It almost just seems like a weird choice. I don't know. I almost would have preferred they would have went with all black charcoal color. And maybe they could have kept that, but I don't know. I think they should have just stayed monochromatic one way or another, but I don't know. It doesn't look bad though. Annihilate. What is different about you, my friend? Are you like bluer? I guess I'll say C tier. And then King Gambit, which is blue now, which I think actually looks really freaking, as they say across the pond, bad R's. Pardon my French, but I think that looks really cool. I don't know. I like it. Okay, so I guess they couldn't get like transparent backgrounds for some of these sprites, which is fine. I'm not gonna judge them. I'm not the one putting in the effort to, put these tier lists together. Although, what is different about it? Like, I'm really studying Gimmighoul and Goldango, and it's like, well, I don't know. I can only look so long before, I don't know, what is it? Oh, I'm realizing this doesn't have the DLC Pokemon, dang it. I mean, I think the only one that I care to look at would be Diplin and, Hydrapple. So I'll do those, because the rest of them, I'll be honest, I don't really care about. So I'll do those at the end. Maybe like Poltergeist and Sinistcha. We'll see. We'll see what I feel like when I go to edit. But what are these stupid things called? Okay, I was gonna say give me a second. I edit these. I need to go look up what these things are named because they always have those weird names. Okay, so this is Great Tusk. Brute Bonnet. That's kind of cute. And then one of the ones that I actually did think was cool, which was the Magneton one. They just make it all black. That's kind of, you know. I'm not going to say it again, but you know what they say across the pond. And then Screamtail. I like that the color of the eyes make more sense to me now. I like the red over the yellow. Fluttermane, which is mischievous. Actually, no. And then Slitherwing. It's fine. I don't really like these. Period. Do you guys care if I even say the names? I'll just do like a rapid fire for these because I don't really care about them. Isn't that what it already looks like? And then these are sort of just like all silver with then a color, which is kind of interesting. Okay, rapid fire, rapid fire. Let's go. Okay, there we have it. Now we have these. Are they considered legendaries? Or mythical, or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I think this is... Which one are you? Tinglu? That looks... It has blue feet. So no. Jianpao. This one, at least a different color. C tier. Wojian. I actually like that it's red leaves, so I'll put it in B tier. Chiyu. This is actually very cute. A little blue fish is very adorable. And then we have the legendaries themselves, or you're like the Pokemon that you ride. Koraidon and Miraidon. This looks really cool. I'm not gonna lie and say B tier, and then this one's a little more boring. I'm gonna say C tier. There we have it. This is the Gen 9 tier list. I love the ones that I put in S. They are so cute. The only ones that I would consider moving up there would be Glamora and Glimmet, and maybe King Gambit. But I'm gonna leave it as is. I feel A is still a very worthy tier to have gotten into. So, oops, accidentally hit something. What I was saying was, A is still a very worthy tier to have gotten into. So it's a point of, not point of pride. It's worth celebrating is what I'm saying. Anyway, that's the end of this video. You know, who knows when I'll make a tier list again. Anyway, in the meantime, take care of yourself. All right, bye.